Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our organizational meeting of June 17th, 2026. We'll call the meeting to order at 10:10. So this morning, we will begin our annual organizational meeting where the board will determine which member will serve as the board chair for the upcoming school year. Until such time as the trustees have duly selected the chair, I shall preside over the meeting. Upon selection of the board chair, the newly elected chair will assume this seat and will guide the board through the remaining items on the organizational meeting agenda. For the benefit of those observing these proceedings, the trustees will subsequently select a vice chair, and following that, all trustees will select their assignments to the various standing and ad hoc committees. I hereby call this organizational meeting at 10:10. Our first order of business is the call for nominations for the position of board chair. We're just going to wait a minute until I'm done, and then I'll ask for it. Thanks. Our first order of business is the call for nominations for the position of board chair. As a procedural matter, if your name is nominated and you do not wish to stand for the position, please clearly state that you decline the nomination. If there are two or more nominees, we will observe a brief recess. Ms. Brooke will then provide each trustee with a ballot. The voting process will be strictly private, with the ballots collected by Ms. Brooke and tallied by Ms. Taylor. The results will be announced, and the individual ballots will subsequently be destroyed to maintain confidentiality. In the event of a tie vote, each nominee will be afforded the opportunity to address the board regarding their desire to fill the chair position or to decline the nomination. We have one trustee who is online. We will connect with her through the phone with Ms. Taylor in order to make sure that that is kept confidential as well, and if that is necessary. So we shall now proceed. I invite your nominations for the board chair for the 25-26 school year. Trustee Bird. Right.
I nominate Melody Boblick.
Trustee Boblick.
I accept.
Are there any other nominations? In my other boards, I always ask 3 times. Are there any other nominations for board chair? Are there any other nominations for board chair? Seeing no other nominations, Trustee Boblick, you will be board chair for the current year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll have a motion. So we're going to do a motion to appoint Trustee Boblick as board chair. Do I have somebody to make that motion? Trustee Caputo. All in favor? That is, and hand up, good online, and that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you all. Next item is the mandatory disclosure of personal interests. So all trustees need to fill out the mandatory disclosure of personal interests, sign them in front of Ms. Taylor, and we will hand these in. So we'll take a few minutes to do this. Thank you. Sorry, we're just going to back up a little bit here. Could I have somebody make the motion to approve the agenda? Trustee Robinson, all in favor? And that is carried. The next item of business is a nomination for vice chair. Is there anyone who would like to make the nomination for vice chair? Trustee Bird,
I nominate Herb Robinson.
Trustee Robinson,
I respectfully decline.
thank you. Any other nominations? Trustee Bowman,
Trustee
I,
Bird,
I nominate Shirley
I
Caputo.
nominate Herb Robinson.
Trustee Caputo, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I will call. Is there any other nominations? Trustee Acorn,
Well, then, I guess I'm going to nominate Jackie Mines, trustee Mines.
Trustee Mines, do you accept?
I do.
Okay, so we will go to a ballot process. So Trustee Bowman, you will need to send in a vote to Ms. Brooks, and everyone else will be given a piece of paper. Thank you. Okay, I need someone to make the motion for Trustee Mines to be vice chair. Can I have someone make that motion? Trustee Caputo, all in favor? And that is carried. Trustee Mines, congratulations. So we will now move on to our approval of committee structure for the 26-27 Board of Trustees. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the committee structure and the appointment of trustee representatives of the board for the 26-27 school year. Could I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Bird? Okay, we will read through now all of our committees, and I will have volunteers, please put your hands up. And if there's two or more for the same position, then we will just do a vote, show of hands. So we will start with Committee of the Whole, Chair. Is there anyone interested in that position? Mhm. Okay, Trustee Caputo. Vice Chair. Trustee. Okay, did you? Okay. Trustee Acorn. Okay, ATA, oh. I've got the wrong one here. Right there, okay. Sorry about that. Labor Relations. Is there anyone interested in being the chair? There's not a lot to do on this one, but this one will include TIBA meetings. Trustee Caputo. Oh, did you want chair or vice chair? As the vice chair, you will also attend. It's labor relations, so it would be all of our labor. So QP, ATA, and bus drivers. Okay, so Trustee Caputo as chair. Was there anyone else interested in vice chair? Okay, Trustee Bird as vice chair. Could I have someone as an alt? Oh, okay, sorry. Trustee Bowman, did you want to be chair or vice chair or just the alt?
Just the alt.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm trying to watch both. Okay, the audit committee is all trustees. Policy committee, do I have someone who's interested in chair? Trustee Caputo? Vice chair? Oh, okay. Okay, Trustee Bowman or Trustee Bird? I saw your hand come up and down, Trustee Bowman.
Just let Trustee Bird.
Okay.
Let Trustee Bowman.
We've never had fights over committees. This is wonderful.
I got to do it this year, so Trustee Bird can do it next.
Okay, and then would you like to be the alt? Trustee Bowman?
Sure.
Okay. Staff recognition and awards, Chair. Trustee Bowman? Vice Chair? Trustee Acorn? Alt, please. Trustee Mines? Board Strategic Planning and Governance, Chair. Trustee Bowman? Vice Chair? Okay, we have two interested. Okay, so Trustee Robinson? Would you like to be the alt, Trustee Bird? Finance Budget Committee. Do I have someone who would like to be the chair? Trustee Mines, Vice Chair? Trustee Robinson? Alt? Trustee Acorn, sorry. I'm trying to do two things at once here. Yes. Health and Wellness Committee. Do I have someone who is interested in the chair? Okay, Trustee Acorn, Vice Chair, Trustee Bird, Alt. Oh, okay. It was for Alt, Trustee Bowman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Advocacy and Engagement Committee, this is a new one. Do I have someone who would be interested in chairing that one? Trustee Mines, Vice Chair? Oh, Trustee Caputo, are you for Chair or Vice Chair? Okay, so Caputo, Trustee Caputo for Vice. And is there a trustee who would like to be the alt? Trustee Robinson. Okay. So the executive committee is the chair, vice chair, and committee of the whole chair. We do have a Fulham Community School Ad Hoc Committee. Do I have someone interested in chairing that committee? Okay, Trustee Bowman, do I have someone who would like to be the vice chair? Trustee Bird? Did you want vice chair? Or, sorry. Yes. Okay. And alt. Okay, Trustee Acorn. Trustee Acorn will be the alt. ASBA Zone 2-3 rep. Oh, okay. You both would like to be the rep? Okay, so we will put this to a vote. Or would because the alt also attends, right? So do you want both to be the rep, or would one of you be okay with being the alt? Just before I put it to a vote. We have to speak in.
So I was zone 2-3 ASBA rep last time. Both attend the meeting. One speaks on behalf of the board, the chair, but in consultation with the board chair before you speak and with the alt. So that's how it works. So sometimes, so at a zone 2-3 meeting, you often get divided into groups and you talk about, things that might be going on in the zone, like a funding issue, that common things, and you talk in breakout groups. But it's more of a business meeting. There is not a lot of time for us to even get up to the mic and have any input, really. So that's basically how it works. You guys all got the minutes I sent out every day, and it's virtual.
Just a question, and the difference between that and the public? PB.
The SBA.
So the public school boards, okay, zone 2-3 meets every month. Public school board 4 times a year. And then the public school board meeting, the actual physical meeting, the business meeting, which occurs on Friday, is quite similar in nature, where there's some discussion groups and people report back. But it is still just a business meeting. It's more about, improving your budget and all of those kinds of things.
Okay, so would you both like to be the rep for ASBA, and we'll put it to a vote? Okay. So we'll do this alphabetically. So all in favor. Okay, well, no, this is a show of hands, so she can show her hand. Okay, so all in favor of Trustee Bird being the representative for ASBA, put your hands up, please. And all in favor of Trustee Caputo? Yep. Okay. You can't abstain. No, sorry. I know these are your fellow, but one will be the rep and the other one would be the alt, and they both would attend the meetings. Okay, so yes, so we will do it again. All in favor of Trustee Bird? So 4, and for Bird, so 5, and all in favor of Trustee Caputo? 2. So trustee Bird will be the ASBA Zone 2-3 and trustee Caputo will be the alt. Okay, PSBC rep. Trustee Mines. Alt. Trustee Caputo. Rural Caucus of Alberta School Boards, I'd like to remain as the rep for that. If everyone's okay. And who would like to be the alt? Trustee Bird. Oh, or Acorn. My apologies. I know. So Trustee Bird, are you removing yourself? Okay. Trustee Acorn. Okay. Our closed representations are listed there and each of us attends our Chamber of Commerce, and interagency is also trustee from the communities in which they are held. So now the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the committee structure and appointment of the trustee representatives of the board for the 2026-2027 school year. All in favor? Bird. And that is carried.
I do have a question in regards to this. Do we have to put in the names of the people that are going to be doing these? A question for clarity. Do we have to put that a board chair Bobaluk and vice chair Mines? Do we have to put their names in there?
We did motions for the chair and vice chair. So yeah, and now this is the structure and the appointment of. So it is,
Just for the committees,
yes,
right? So yeah, so that each of those is separate.
okay. So action item 5.2, appointment of signing authorities. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees appoint the board chair, the vice chair, the superintendent of schools, or the secretary treasurer as signing authority for all documents. Could I have someone make that that motion? Trustee Robinson? Did you want to speak to this, Superintendent Scobie?
I would pass it over to Secretary Treasurer Taylor. If there's anything to be talked about.
If you press enough buttons, I was hoping it would work, but the only comment I had was when we say the word or and, really what we're looking for here are 4 signatories, just to be clear. So it's really and.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I'm sorry. I noticed that too. It seems a bit vague, doesn't it? There's 4 signatories, 2 in each, 2 must sign. 4
2 must
potential-
sign, but our policy is 4. And just the way this motion is worded is it's the superintendent, or it can just be
Yes.
cute. Are we only selecting 2 or 4? And really we're looking
Right,
for
but-
the 4.
I had noted a bit of vagueness there too, so yeah.
It's the or and how it's semantics, but
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees appoint the board chair, the vice chair, the superintendent of schools, or the secretary treasurer as signing authority for all documents. All in favor? And that is carried. Action item 5.3, appointment of signing authorities, checks and negotiable instruments. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees appoint the board chair or the vice chair together with the superintendent of schools or the secretary treasurer as signing authority on all checks and negotiable instruments. Could I have someone make that motion?
Just beforehand, sorry, I meant to say this earlier and I didn't. So I just want to, can we go back to one spot?
Sure.
Sorry, just based on what we were talking about with the recommendation, I think we may be looking to edit the recommendation from the previous motion of 5.2, because we were talking about it should be it's all four people are and right now it says the superintendent or the secretary treasurer, wondering if it needed to be and. I just wanted to ask that question.
Okay, so then we're going to ask for an amendment then to this motion.
I think that's the right way. Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Just makes it more clear. The other is subject to.
okay. Can I have someone make the motion for the amendment, changing or to and in that? Trustee Bird? All in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. So 5.3, I'm sorry, I'm just going to start all over from the top. Appointment of signing authorities, checks, and the negotiable instruments. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees appoint the board chair or the vice chair together with the superintendent of schools or the secretary treasurer as signing authority on all checks and negotiable instruments. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Caputo. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
I think we have to go back to do the same idea here. I think in the original recommendation, as we did in 5.2, as we're reading this as we're going along, in the second line, it says with the superintendent of schools or the secretary treasurer. And I think we actually need to make an amendment to say and.
So what it is then for that recommendation is then that the Board of Trustees appoint the board chair and the vice chair together with the superintendent of schools and the secretary treasurer?
I don't want to complicate it, but it's more along the lines of the Board of Trustees appoint the board chair, comma, the vice chair, comma, the superintendent of schools, and the secretary treasurer as signing authority.
Okay, so we will amend the recommendation.
And the reason there's a bit of a hang up for this on my end is often will be requested by whether it's the bank or the auditors to confirm that the motion clarifies who has signing authority. So it's not just being picky.
Okay,
Trustee Robinson.
Trustee Robinson.
Just model through, clarify this a little bit. There's two different motions, one for signing authority in general, and one for negotiables, et cetera. Essentially, the intent is for two people to sign, two of which come from administration, two of which come from the board. So essentially, the motion could read exactly the same. So I didn't understand when you mentioned just now the four people with commas separating, but we're not achieving it if we mimic the motion we just passed, which is Operation A or Operation B and Board A or Board B. Is that not clear? It's one of these two plus one of those two.
It doesn't matter whether there's one board chair or one administrator. It just means we need to have two of the approved four.
Okay, so it can be two administrators.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm sorry that.
Trustee Caputo.
So what is the change in that motion going to read? Because I was the one who made the motion. So you'd be coming back to me and ask if that was a friendly amendment to my motion.
Just an amendment, not a friendly one, just an amendment. Yes. Okay, I just wanted discussion here. And if discussion is done, then we'll come back to you with this amendment.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes, sorry, Trustee Bowman.
I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't understand, has it been different in the past? Or has it always been this way? It's just the wording that's changing.
I would think that's. Hi, Trustee Bowman. I would think that's the idea. I think that the actual workings of what we have done have always been appropriate, and there are times it's been two administrators, times from one of each. It depends on what we're signing. So I think the amendment that is here just allows this to all take place, and maybe just a bit cleaner language. So I think it's always been done this way. Just we're cleaning up the little bit of language as we're going through it this morning. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll bring this back then to trustee Caputo. So the recommendation with the amendment is that the Board of Trustees appoint the board chair, the vice chair, together with the superintendent of schools and the secretary treasurer as signing authority on all checks and negotiable instruments. Do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we will vote on the amended recommendation. So all in favor? And that is carried. 5.4, action item, appointment of independent auditor. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the appointment of Matrix Group LLP as the independent auditor for a 3-year term covering audits for the 2025, 2026, 2026, 2027, and the 2027, 2028 fiscal years. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Acorn. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you. I'll turn this over to our Secretary Treasurer, Tash Taylor, to do the final proceedings.
Thank you. I believe this was going to come from the audit committee. This was reviewed in depth by the audit committee last week, where they took a solid look and deliberated on the vendors who bid on this opportunity. We did put this to market for public bid, and the committee has selected their preferred vendor.
And we had just talked about when you look at the years, sometimes we're often projecting ahead in most things that we're doing, but in the audit, we're always projecting 1 year behind. So it can seem confusing that we're going back to the 25, 26, but that is the first budget that that the auditors will work on.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees approve the appointment of Matrix Group LLP as the independent auditor for the 3-year term, covering the audits for the 25, 26, 26, 27, and 27, 28 fiscal years. All in favor? And that is carried.
I do have a question.
Trustee Caputo?
My question is that, do we have to give authority that the Alberta School Board Association Zone 2, 3 and PSB AA and Rural Caucus are notified who our board representatives are? Does that have to get done?
Yes, we will have our administration reach out to those organizations to let them know. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our organizational meeting at 10:43. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Trustee Caputo makes the motion to adjourn. All in favor? And that is carried. belonging, ensuring that every member of our division feels safe, respected, and valued is central to who we are. We proudly affirm and support all identities, creating environments where dignity, inclusion, and respect are shared by all. As the 2025-2026 school year comes to a close, we celebrate the accomplishments of our students. Later this month, high school graduations will mark the culmination of years of dedication and hard work. We congratulate our graduates and wish them every success as they begin the next chapter of their journeys. The Board of Trustees extends its congratulations to all of our students for finishing the year strong. And to our retiring staff, your dedication has made a lasting impact on the hearts and minds of generations of students. Thank you for the care, commitment, and professionalism you have demonstrated throughout your years of service. We wish you happiness, fulfillment, and all the best in your retirement and future endeavors. I'd also like to thank our staff in the schools for their commitment and service to our students and communities. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we will accept it by unanimous. Minutes of the regular board meeting of May 20th, 2026. Were there any errors or additions? Seeing that, none, we'll accept that by unanimous consent as well. Oh, sorry, Trustee Bowman.
There were just a couple of spelling mistakes that I saw. One was under trustee reflection. It said the couches. I'm thinking that's supposed to be coaches.
Was there another one, Trustee Bowman?
I'm just looking, sorry. I think that might have been the only one that I saw for there.
Okay,
Thank you. We'll make those changes.
thank you. So then with the changes, is there any objection to the changes? Seeing none, we will accept it by unanimous consent. So delegation, we have no ETA local here or QP, but we do have public. Miss Terry Jean Bailey from Fulham School Council Chair. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chair, trustees, and administration. I'm here yet again on another vacation day from work, not because I want to be, but not because I enjoy spending my personal time advocating for my children's school, but because for several years now, Fulham parents and community members have felt compelled to repeatedly step forward to defend, advocate, explain the value of our school. We have accepted that responsibility. Today, I'm here to ask whether the board's direction has been truly embraced by those responsible for implementing it. 2 months ago, this board made an important decision. On April 15th, you voted to keep Fulham School open and provide our community with 1 year to demonstrate meaningful growth. That decision gave our school a chance. It also gave all of us a responsibility. The responsibility placed on our community is clear: increase enrollment, strengthen programming, and demonstrate that Fulham has a sustainable future. But I would suggest that that responsibility does not belong to Fulham alone. The board's April 15th decision was not simply a decision to allow Fulham to survive. It was a decision to pursue growth. If this board has directed that Fulham grow, then every department within this division should be working towards within that same goal. Success cannot depend solely on the efforts of parents, volunteers, staff, and students while administrative barriers continue to stand in the way. A school does not grow because people are told to grow it. A school grows when leaders remove obstacles, build relationships, create opportunities, and empower communities to succeed. What concerns me most is not one single interaction. It's the development of a pattern. Individually, each incident can be explained away. A delayed meeting invitation, a missed opportunity for consultation, a report completed without stakeholder participation, a site visit conducted without those most familiar with the school, communication that limits rather than encourages collaboration. These are not hypothetical examples. These are the lived experiences by Fulham stakeholders. But when these incidents continue to occur across multiple departments over an extended period of time, they cease to be isolated events. They become indicators of culture. Over the past several years, many members of Fulham community have felt that we have been required to defend our existence rather than develop our potential. We have repeatedly encountered a culture that identifies limitations before possibilities, risks before opportunities, and reasons why something can't be done before exploring how it might be achieved. That mindset must change. Trustees, I'm increasingly concerned that some of the work being presented as support for Fulham has become an exercise in process rather than an exercise in outcomes. Meetings are being held, reports are being written, and site visits are occurring, yet it remains unclear how these activities are contributing to the enrollment growth and the program development that this board has directed us to achieve. There is significant difference between complying with the board decision and supporting the board decision. Compliance is attending the meeting. Support is arriving prepared to solve problems. Compliance is identifying the barriers, and support is helping remove them. Compliance is completing a report, but support is creating measurable progress. What Fulham needs now over the next 12 months is support, not simply compliance. When assumptions are made without consulting those closest to the work, when opportunities for collaboration are limited, and when information is filtered rather than shared, and when months pass before meaningful action even begins, valuable time is lost during this very year that the board has told us that growth is essential. Whether intended or not, the result is the same. Fulham has 1 year. 1 year to attract families, to build the community's confidence in the school, and to strengthen our programming. 1 year to prove that the community has been saying all along that Fulham is not just an outstanding issue to be managed, but an opportunity to be developed. What we need now is not another year of studying Fulham. We need a year of building. We need a year of action. We need a year of every department understands that this board has already made its decision, and the task before us is implementation. When facility staff visit our site, we need collaborative conversations that include the people who know the school best. When transportation challenges are identified, we need solutions and innovation, not simple explanations of why it's difficult. When opportunities exist to learn from successful agricultural programs, we need inclusion, transparency, and collaboration. When community members volunteer their time, expertise, and resources, they should be treated as valued partners in this work ahead. Because the question before us is not whether individual staff members have completed their assigned tasks. The question is whether actions are helping Fulham succeed, and a culture is a leadership responsibility. The board has entrusted the superintendent with leading this organization and setting expectations for how staff engage with schools, communities, and stakeholders. If the board's vision is one of collaboration, partnership, innovation, and growth, then these values should be consistently reflected in the actions of every department. Leadership is not measured by whether staff complete tasks. Leadership is measured by whether the organization is aligned around a common goal. If the board's goal is Fulham's growth, then every department should be working towards that goal with urgency, creativity, collaboration, and accountability. If that alignment is absent, then the issue is no longer operational. It's one of leadership and accountability. Trustees, I ask you to consider a simple question. How will you know whether administration and operations have truly supported Fulham's growth over the next 12 months? What will accountability look like? How will you measure whether barriers were removed, opportunities were created, partnerships were strengthened, and enrollment growth were actively supported? Because if Fulham fails to achieve growth targets next year, how will the board determine whether the school lacked potential or whether the organization failed to provide the support necessary for the potential to be realized? Accountability cannot rest solely on a community. Accountability must also extend to those responsible for creating conditions for success. I recognize that conversations about accountability can be uncomfortable. However, accountability is not criticism. Accountability is how organizations learn, improve, and ultimately succeed. A quote that recently resonated with me is that it's not my responsibility to make accountability comfortable. I recognize that conversations about accountability can be uncomfortable, particularly when stakeholders raise concerns about decisions, processes, or leaderships. What has been particularly difficult for many parents and community members is that our advocacy at times has been perceived as confrontational rather than passionate or dedicated. Too often those who ask difficult questions are viewed as problems rather than people trying to solve one. But the community has consistently shown up with respect. We have attended meetings, we have reviewed reports, we have written letters, we have volunteered our time, we have proposed solutions, we have continued to engage, even when this process has been frustrating and disappointing. A confrontational community walks away, and Fulham didn't walk away. We remained at the table because we deeply care about our children, our school, and our community. My responsibility and the responsibility of every stakeholder who cares about this school is not to make accountability comfortable. It's to speak honestly about what we're experiencing and to ask difficult questions when the actions of the organizations do not appear aligned with the direction set by this board. This is not opposition. This is responsible advocacy. And at the same commitment has been brought so many of us back to the table time and time again in the hope of building a stronger future for Fulham. The board has asked Fulham to prove that it can grow. The community accepted the challenge. Our staff are ready to work. Our families are ready to do the work. Our volunteers are ready to do the work. Today, I'm asking the board to hold the rest of the organization to the same standard, because accountability can't flow only in one direction. If our community is expected to be accountable for results, then administration must be accountable for support. Operations must be accountable for collaboration, and leadership must be accountable for alignment with the direction that the board has set. 1 year from now, Fulham's future will be judged. And my simple question is this: will the board also be prepared to judge whether the organization did everything possible to help us succeed? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to speak to this quickly. At our organizational meeting this morning, we have an ad hoc committee for Fulham. It will be chaired by Trustee Bowman, and Vice Chair is Trustee Bird, and myself will sit on it, and representatives from operations will also be on that, and it'll be starting in September, or
I think we can start as soon as August as we're going through.
okay, because we're back in August, so we're fine with that, and we will be meeting monthly, and that is where we can be speaking about all of these items that you have brought forward, because community will be a part of that ad hoc committee.
That was my next question. Will we be allowed to be at that meeting?
Yes, it will be held in Fulham, our committee meeting, to accommodate the community.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today and for speaking to us. We appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. We will now turn to our spotlight on students. We are very fortunate to have West Haven Recess program here. Welcome. Hi, come. So we have principal from West Haven, Miss Janaea Marshall. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. It's nice to be here. I have a couple of students with me. I have Edward and I have John with me. They are both grade 4 students. They were leaders in the recess project. I also have Miss Benson and Miss Shannon who led the program. So I'm going to turn it over to them, as I was not allowed to see the presentation. So I am seeing it for the first time. So here we go.
Everyone
needs a little surprise sometimes.
Just very quickly, sorry, before you start, do they need to be by the board, or can they come closer?
If you want to come up a bit. Perfect.
Yeah, they can come right up to the microphones.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
but just if we can move the chair out of the way, and then we can see them. Welcome.
So thank you. So Jonathan and Edward will be doing the presentation on behalf of West Haven this morning.
The Recess Project. Hello, we are here to tell you about the Recess Project at West Haven. Miss Benson, our Wellness Navigator, and Miss Shannon, our FSLC from the Inclusion team, had an idea to help us during recess. We started this program for our school because we needed more activities to do at recess. Miss Benson and Miss Shannon worked to find a program that would help everyone have fun during recess. Ideas were shared, some were good, some were not as good. Then the recess project was discovered. The recess project helps give all kids more chances to play. Create positive social interactions. Practice problem solving. Learn leadership skills. Steps to success. Step 1, creating a training program. Step 2, find interested students. Step 3, start training. Training. Understand what makes a positive leader. Practice active listening, validating, and setting boundaries respectfully. Practice problem solving uses Kelso choices. Develop communication skills. Build confidence in a group settling. Learn how to teach game rules to others. Training. This is Kelso's wheel's choice. Big problems are scary and dangerous, but we need to be taken to someone older that you trust. Find a supervisor. Or small problems are annoying, inconvenient, and can be solved on your own. If everyone feels calm, you can talk it out, apologize, make a deal, share and take turns, or ask them to stop. If everyone feels upset, ignore it, walk away, go to another game, or wait and cool off. Next was the fun part, coming up with the games we could play. We had so many ideas. Basketball, soccer, grounders, gaga ball, obstacle course. What time is it, Mr. Wolf? Chicken or hero, murder mystery, parachute games. We practiced teaching games to each other first. We split into groups and chose pretend leaders and pretend students. One person in each group was sneakily given one of these cards. Don't show this to anyone. You are now a secret chaos creator. Your new job is to cause small problems, hear ideas. Don't take turns or share. Ask what the rules are again. Don't follow instructions. Be a sore winner or loser or make your own. It was time. We created our schedule. We had our recess leader booklets. We brought our equipment. No, we put on our fluorescent vests. We borrowed the equipment. We were ready to start. Here are some examples of the games we played. We would love to bring the recess project back again next year. Thank you.
Miss Brooks, could you go back to the slide with the pictures? And can we just have the boys tell us what games are being played in those pictures?
So the one on the top left right is just a picture, so no games. The one on the top left is a game called Everybody's It Tag. And then down here we have a conga line, and then here is soccer.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Trustees, do you have comments or trustee Bird?
I have 2 questions to ask. You guys need to come back out here and take a bow. You're just great. What grades are you in? Can you tell me?
Grade 4.
You're both in grade 4. Okay, my second question is what is it Gago tag or Gago tag?
Gaga ball.
Okay, what is that?
It's basically when you have it's when you have like tables around you and you hit a ball with your hand, and if the ball hits you like from your knees or lower, you're out. And if it goes out the arena, then you're also out. And you can only hit it with your hands.
Oh, wow, that's complicated. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Oh, trustee Bowman online.
Yeah.
Hi, John.
Hi.
Good job, you guys. I think your program is absolutely amazing, and I am so proud of all of you. Well done to all of you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Acorn?
I just have a quick question for you guys. What is your favorite game, or is your favorite being the chaos creator?
My favorite game would be Duck Duck Goose. Mine was definitely soccer.
Superintendent Scobie?
So a couple of things. One of the things I really like is as presenters, you keep us engaged. You talk to all of us. You're excited to be here. Some of the best presentations that we've heard in this room are by the 2 of you. So thank you for doing that. That's the first part. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome work.
Thank you.
The second part that I wanted to know is, do you have plans in the fall to continue, or do you want to do more of this? Do you have other people that want to join you? What is your plan for the future? Because we're almost at the end of the school year.
So we are thinking of doing it again, and I'm really excited about that.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Assistant Superintendent Ashton Meyer.
I want to say congratulations, young men. Your reading is impeccable. For grade 4 students, very impressed with your literacy. Great
Thank you.
job.
Anyone else? I want to thank you. You guys did an amazing presentation. Are you leaders of this? Is it just the 2 of you, or is there more?
There's a lot more. It's all grade 4s and 5s in our school, including French and English. At a couple months ago, sometime in December, we had a presentation for all grade 4s and 5s, and they got asked, do you want to sign up for the recess project? English and French included.
Okay, and so then you include the whole school in your whatever recess game you're going to be playing?
Yes, if any kid can come up and play the game that we set up or are playing.
Excellent. That is very good leadership in your school. Thank you so much for being here today.
You're welcome.
Minds?
I just have a question. So have the numbers of people playing your games increased? And okay, you answer that one first. Go ahead.
Yes, significantly from February.
Great. And do you think people are getting along on the playground better?
Mostly, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. This question, I don't know if it'd be appropriate, but it would be going to Principal Marshall. What are you thinking about this wonderful presentation that these 2 young students of yours did?
I think they were pretty terrific. Maybe they should do it again somewhere along the line. Eh? We didn't have to twist any arms or anything. They were pretty excited about doing it. So good job, boys.
Thank you again. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to do pictures with the young men and their
Regalia.
Mhm. And their principal and FSLC, oh my goodness, my apologies, and best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
You did so good.
Time for electrolytes. Dynamite. Dynamite. Oh my God, this is so cute.
It's gonna be interesting how the world works when the ex-principal of Fulham has to sit down. Just coincidence.
But no, it would be because this would be well, and we just found out. Yeah. But you know what? Maybe that's the grand scheme. I'm thinking, oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Rayanne. Thank you.
We're being called.
Oh, we're being called.
Could we please come to order? Well, that was wonderful. Thank you for bringing them in. We always enjoy seeing our students. So now we will come to the board chair report. There is no correspondence or information. I will just say that the trustees' final newsletter for this year will be out this week. So we look forward to seeing that, and hopefully everyone enjoys it. I will move on to trustee reflections and turn it over to trustee Robinson, who will give us some information regarding the Jasper wildfire advocacy he's been doing.
Thank you, Chair Bob. Look, yeah, it's kind of an interesting story. I'll start with, in June the 9th, I attended a Chamber of Commerce presentation they sponsored a study that was done by a consultant, which is actually, you can find it on the website. It's fairly interesting. It was obviously a presentation that was focusing on the business end of things. It's a study called the Jasper Wildfire Economic Impact and Opportunity Assessment by Verum Consulting. It was focused on business, but a few takeaways suggested to me some implications for us as a school division operating schools in Jasper regarding enrollment. And you're probably aware of some of this, but I thought it was interesting, just a reflection. They report that Jasper lost $445 million in visitor spending as a result of the wildfire, and 4,500 jobs are lost in total attributed to the fire. And that's sort of like along the chain of supply, et cetera. But there were over 2,000 direct jobs lost in the community. So an obvious impact to families and the student population. Visitation has recovered somewhat in 2025 to 2.1 million visitors, but is still 14% below pre-fire levels. And though it was a business-oriented report, it was mentioned that 806 residential units were lost. The report observed that current efforts appeared to prioritize residential rebuilding over commercial, what doesn't really address the residential very much. And visually, it's quite heartening, as some of you will know who visited Jasper in your jobs, as far as administration is concerned, or trustees in visiting. It's heartening to see how much residential construction is occurring. At a slower pace, business reconstruction is occurring, which would impact employment and livelihoods for some families with school-aged children. There's about 41 businesses destroyed, and 30 of them replied to this related survey. So I just picked a few of these things out because I think this does tell a story about enrollment to a degree. 70% of those businesses said they were going to rebuild. 10% were no, and 20% were not sure. For those rebuilding, and this was a survey done just a couple months ago, half expected to be complete in the next 12 months. 40% expected to be rebuilt in 1 to 2 years, and 14% indicated 2 years or more. So student enrollment may still be in a state of flux for the next 2 years as opposed to normal patterns. So it's kind of brings us down to earth a little bit about how these events can impact our enterprise. In a different capacity regarding our advocacy for the $500,000 deductible that we have been lobbying the federal government to be compensated for. You're aware of this, I'm pretty sure, because the board has been writing letters since the last board. So just a bit of a history and then an update. As I say, related to the $500,000 deductible for the insurance work that was done for our schools. And we're looking for the compensation because of the obvious impact that much money taken out of support for students in education. It'd be quite a boon for us if we could recover that. So 2 letters from the previous board were sent to 2 different ministers of environment and climate change. One was in November of 2024, the year of the fire, and the other in June of 2025, with no response. And a third letter by Chair Boboluk in December of 2025 to the minister also generated no response. Then this December at a community Christmas event in Jasper, there was connection with the Assistant Deputy Minister, Alberta Region of the Federal Ministry of Prairies Economic Development. She initiated the conversation about the deductible, so the issue had traveled somewhere. The lady invited us to send her the particulars, and in March, Secretary Treasurer Tash Taylor sent an email to her copying previous correspondence, but unfortunately no response there either. However, hopefully we are developing a little bit of critical mass. It's quite a learning experience in some ways. I say this because a few weeks ago at the Public School Board Association of Alberta, we shared our story with Senator Karen Sorensen, who represents the Rockies region in the Senate, and who is a former mayor of Banff and has a strong affinity to our mountain communities. So she invited us to share the details and promised to get back to us. Last week, the Director of Parliamentary Affairs for the Senate replied on behalf of the Senator. She indicated the Assistant Deputy Minister was probably the right target, the lady that had reached out to us, and expressed a bit of surprise that we hadn't had a reply. But I'd be surprised if we maybe aren't a little bit closer to a resolution, because she is she's going to reach out to the minister's chief of staff. And the minister that they're targeting is actually the Minister of Prairies Economic Development and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. So again, I hope this sort of is a positive development. And finally, and perhaps this adds momentum at this point, our school division covers 2 federal constituencies, both served at this point by members of the opposition. And our board has met virtually with MP William Stevenson and MP Dane Lloyd, and both have requested documentation to perhaps add to the lobbying effort on our behalf. And I know administration is in the process of following through with that. So Chair, that's my reflection.
I want to thank Trustee Robinson for all of his work on this. We have really tried advocating like as a board, and he has done, I think almost more in the well, since 2024 than we've gotten with our letters. It's unfortunate. And I thank him for that work. Thank you. Would anyone else like to do a reflection? Trustee Bird.
Thanks, Herb. That's a hard act to follow, but my act is just as important. This month, of course, and it should be perennial because they were here first. It involves First Nation, Métis, and Inuit, and Truth and Reconciliation. I had the great pleasure, as I mentioned last time, to talk and work with Marie Wilson, who was on the three-person committee for Truth and Reconciliation in the federal government. And it's getting better, but I attended a couple of 3 kind of workshops in Jasper, Enoch, and Calgary. And since the discovery of residential schools, which pushed it forward, which shouldn't be the reason, but luckily it did, it's really important to continue to recognize and do the right things. It's important that we continue all the things we do, ribbon skirts and cultural days and things like that. But it's really important that we change curriculum, and we are doing it in Alberta expediently. And we're really lucky to have Rayanne Miller with us, because she, as a Métis and a strong educational advocate and teacher, is doing wonderful things in this division. I had the great privilege to work with an anthropologist team from Berkeley, and I was assigned to Elder Peter O'Chiefs from the small boy camp around here. He taught me Cree and Soto. I went to a thunder dance, chicken dance, sweat lodges, and I was always included. And I was young. I was 17 years old. But the end is still not in sight, and we really have to watch denial of these things happening by just saying, well, I do this and that. And the way we do it is we really understand the stories, and the stories on CBC are fantastic, and they've just started if you've been watching any of that. But one of the stories that I need to share with you, and that Peter taught me, is just imagine with residential schools, like I have two children. And they're a year apart. And imagine when, and you she said, put yourself in this. And I invite you all to put yourself in this framework. All of you that have children and all of you that know children that you love dearly, that someone shows up at your door and your child is 6 years old and they say your child is going to residential school and you may or may not see them next summer, or you may not see them for a long time. How that would impact you, your child, your child. And you think you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay generationally. You're not going to be okay. And then the next year they come and they take my baby, she's 5 and she's going to be 6. That's the type of stories we need to know to understand that this is just not a Band-Aid thing that needs to happen. These lived experiences were crucial and they have debilitated generations. And when we start to understand the inputs, we start to really hand them the mic and get going. Luckily, we are. And it's getting way better and it's very exciting. And yesterday, Rayanne did a wonderful project with us, and I invite the other trustees to go and get theirs if they wouldn't mind. They're over there. So if you could just tiptoe over and pick up yours. You're not going to go and get it. That's part of Truth and Reconciliation. So, and we made these dot arts. And Rayanne talked to us about spiritual well-being, mental well-being, physical well-being, and emotional well-being, but it can be anything. And it actually originated with the Aborigines in Australia and New Zealand. But these are the type of things that we need to be doing, all of us in our families, and we are doing them in schools. So that's my reflection. And they're lovely ones over there.
Thank you, Trustee Bird. Anyone else wish to share their reflection? Trustee Mines?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, it is Indigenous Month. And I had the privilege of attending the Grand Cache Indigenous Day presentation last 2 Fridays ago. And it was wonderful, all 3 schools coming together. There were elders there, there were knowledge keepers, various parents, we had dancers and drummers, and it was a wonderful day.
Thank you. Trustee Bowman?
Thank you. In the past 8 months, we have had the pleasure of attending parent council meetings in our 5 schools. It's been great getting to know the parents and to witness all the wonderful things they are planning and implementing in their schools. Though all the schools are unique and wonderful, the commonality is that they all have dedicated, hardworking, creative parents willing to come to meetings and volunteer their time to help their schools thrive. Thank you for all your time and effort and for making the schools fun for GYPSD staff and students. And just a few examples of parent council initiatives that we've seen. At MBE, they recently had a family dance with a neon theme and tons of candy, which was amazing. West Haven this week is having a pierogi sausage hot lunch and bubble pit for Sports Day. Fulham, they serve their students hot breakfast many mornings in the week. PGMS, the parent council, is working on the grade 8 grad and ordering the decorations, the cake, and organizing a dance for them. And Parkland, even though they didn't have quite enough parents for a full council, they did have a dedicated few who would show up at all the meetings and were very supportive of the school in things like their barbecue lunches and pancake breakfasts. So kudos to all our parents and volunteers in our schools.
Thank you, Trustee Bowman. Anyone else? Okay, I will just quickly do my reflection here. I just want everyone here to know I appreciate the dedication and commitment each of you brings to your role as a trustee and each of you brings to your role as administration. I'd like to offer a personal reflection. Over the past year, I've spent a considerable time reflecting on my experience as board chair and on the responsibilities entrusted to us as trustees. I believe our decisions and actions have always been guided by a commitment to our students, schools, and staff and communities, and by a belief that every student deserves equitable access to opportunities and supports regardless of where they live. Throughout my time as a trustee and board chair, I have believed in accountability and in fulfilling the responsibilities entrusted to us. I have also believed that leadership begins with holding ourselves to a high standard and being willing to learn from our experiences. And as I reflect on this past year, I recognize that leadership is a continual learning process. Those experiences have strengthened my understanding of the importance of process, collaboration, and relationship building in achieving positive outcomes. It has been a privilege to serve as your board chair during the 2025-2026 school year, and I am grateful for the opportunity to serve alongside each of you and as board chair for the 26-27 school year. Thank you. Thank you. Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair. So the report, of course, is in the package.
My mistake. It is the trustee committees.
Okay.
Sorry. New glasses needed. My apologies to everyone. So we used to go through each of our committees reports, but this time we are just going to go to the committees that met between our last board meeting and this board meeting. So if I could have someone volunteer to speak to their committee meeting. Okay, Trustee Acorn.
I'm going to speak to that one since Audra is away. So for our staff appreciation, is that which it is? Okay, so I just wanted to let you guys know for our awards this year for our long service awards for the 2026 year, we have 66 staff receiving a long service awards and 13 retirees this year receiving their awards. That's about it.
Was there any other committees that met? Trustee Caputo?
Well, as you can see, one of our items coming forward for an approval, it would be the board policy of 7 of board operations. So the policy committee did meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any other meetings? Trustee Mines?
I am not the chair. Trustee Bowman, do you want to just update or do you want me to do that on our meeting last night?
I can speak to it. We, in our board planning committee, we are working on the board's self-evaluation, and that will proceed tomorrow afternoon. And the superintendent's evaluation is going to come to conclusion tomorrow during the morning. So those are the two things that this committee has been working on.
Thank you. Now it's over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. So just going to highlight a few of the things that we had worked on this last month. One of the things that we did as principals is we got together and looked at our spring data. So our assurance data are the report cards. There's everything in there except for our provincial achievement test and our diploma exams. They're not in yet. They will come out in October. It's our hope. One of the greatest things is when you look at our data and you look at not only at the division level, but at almost every school that we have, there was lots of blues and greens and yellows. So the maintained things where we are doing really great work or good work and doing really great and showing significant improvement. So when you look at the little report card that's at the bottom of the report, it is a really strong sea of colors that shows collectively how our staff feels empowered, how the relationships that we have brought forward are working, and how happy and collaborative staff make spaces for students to learn. So I was really proud to go through this and to see that. I highlighted that we're very lucky in our team. We have 3 senior administrators besides myself, and that if you take a look, just the work that has been done in the annual education plan from Kara, our HR team working on staffing as we are amalgamating schools and making changes. And then, of course, creating the budget, which we'll deal with this afternoon as well and go through in length for the spring budget. So incredibly grateful for the work that is being done there. And then I always try and include advocacy work that we've done as a board as part of our report, because we spend a lot of time together and we do a lot of work together. And I think that the first one that you can see is there's been lots of connections being made Trustee Boblik talked about it this morning, and Trustee Robinson as well, about some of the connections that we've made with our MLAs and MPs. The strategic planning, we have talked about what those big rocks are going to be as the board is moving forward next year, which is really great to see. And then really our last bit was the ASBA, so the Alberta School Board Association and Public School Board Association of Alberta Spring Conference. Lots of opportunities to interact with other trustees, to advocate on behalf of what we believe in, especially around the remote rural schools and the funding that goes along with that. And it was really nice to see that both Trustee Mines, excuse me, and Caputo received awards. And they were both very happy to have their pictures taken for those awards. It was great. And so we really enjoyed our time. And when the trustees are away and they're at these events, the learning is incredible. The professional development that is offered by both ASBA and PSBA is amazing. And so the time together, the time to talk, the time to work on policy, the time to do the future is all well worth it. And so we had a great, a great time collaborating and working together strategically in the months of May and June. Thanks. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Does anyone have any questions for Superintendent Scobie? Trustee Caputo?
Well, I don't think it would be a question. It's in regards to the Alberta Education and Childcare Assurance Measures, your overall summary. What I would like to say is I think we need to say thank you to the staff at the schools. Thank you to our parents. Also, thank you to the students for filling out that survey, because I know to get people to fill out that survey, that's, like, please fill it out. So and the colors that you're looking at is just phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. We'll make sure we do that. And we did a lot of work as principals at our DLT around that, and then getting back to parents and students through newsletters and regular communications in the school as well. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any updates for APs?
No, we will have our next set of APs will come in August, and we'll have a number of them that will be updated with some new languages around changing from FOIP to ATIA and POPA as we do our those, as well as a couple of other ones that will take place.
Okay. Will there also be some new ones regarding AI?
That is there as well in August.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to call for recess since it is lunchtime. So we will recess at noon and come back at 1. Okay, 1 o'clock. Are we ready? Welcome back, everyone. We'll reconvene at 1:01. And we are on to Division Departments report. So 11.1 administrative reports. A recommendation that the Board of Trustees receives a report on projects, processes, and/or programs conducted by the many central office departments since the last public board meeting as information. And we will start with Finance, Secretary Treasurer Taylor. And Director, no?
Yes, I have Director Alvin Kuzak if we have any questions.
Okay, so is there any big rocks you'd like to share, or is?
The biggest rock is the budget, and we have
It's
a
coming
number,
later.
yeah, a number of other things around that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding the information in this report for Secretary Treasurer Taylor? Okay, seeing none, thank you for that information. Facilities, back to you, Secretary Treasurer Taylor and Director Orge.
Thank you. I'll pass this to Director Orge for his updates or responding to any questions you may have.
Do you have any big rocks you'd like to speak?
No,
to?
the summer's a big rock. The biggest rock, I guess, to mention is moving of Wildwood and Evansville schools.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for Director Orge? Oh, seeing none, thank you for the report. Transportation. Did you have? Oh, sorry, Transportation Services, Secretary Treasurer Taylor and Director Van Neck. Is there any big rocks you'd like to speak to?
The biggest work we're doing right now is just preparing for September and optimizing our bus routes and confirming final registrations.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions? Trustee Mines?
Hi, Trustee. I'm sorry. Hi, Director Van Neck. I know we've been in contact, not directly, but over the issue with the busing in the co-ops. And I am just looking for clarification. Do we believe it's sorted yet?
We have a plan for the next week, and then I have a meeting with the stakeholders the first day of no school, and I expect that we'll have things really sorted and improved before September.
Which stakeholders?
Are the presidents of the co-ops, potentially the MD if the co-op presidents are open to that, our bus contractor.
And yourself?
Yes, and
is the min going as well or no? Do you know? Unsure at this time, I guess.
When admin meaning myself or meaning the
or
admin from the
senior
school?
admin, that's what I was thinking, if there was going to be anybody there.
Right. There is a there is a grad that day as well.
Okay.
So we're just trying to we'll just try and work around our schedules to see what would be the best way for us to be able to do that.
No, I don't necessarily need to be part of it. It's an operational piece. I get it. I just would like to, I'll bring forward a motion later in the meeting, but I just want to make sure that that is sorted. Thank you. And thanks for your hard work on it.
Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. In regards to Evergreen now going to be, that we're going to be doing the busing for them, is that part of the new registrations that, will they be coming to this school division for registrations, or have they been coming in the past also?
for all their students, the registrations are coming directly to us. In the past, we did a few of their registrations. We had the special needs students and we had a few students who were out of town, but it's been shared with all their families that they need to register at the same link, and we've had many come in.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to speak through you, Chair, to Trustee Mines regarding the Grand Cache co-op situation. We understand the urgency and the matter, just so you're aware.
That is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Learning Services, Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer and Teacher Consultant, Miss Miller. Is there any big rocks you'd like to speak to or not?
There we go. I don't know why this doesn't like me. The only big rock I'd like to speak to and then open through you, Chair, questions is it's my pleasure to introduce to the board and our viewing members to introduce Daryl Randall, who is a teacher consultant. She is shared amongst 2 departments. So she works in learning services under the portfolio and within the portfolio of curriculum and assessment. So she's part-time working with learning services, and she spends a significant amount of her time also in inclusion with a focus on PUF and junior kindergarten and helping with the assessments and grant work through inclusion. So Daryl and Randall has joined us and will continue into next year.
Thank you. Welcome. Was there any big rocks that anybody wanted to speak to?
Just questions through you if anyone has.
Is there any questions for Learning Services? Okay, seeing none, I guess we'll move on. Thank you for your report. Technology, Director Lee and Teacher Consultant Gilks, Ms. Gilks.
Good afternoon. I guess the big rocks for us is prepping for summer, a lot of maintenance work we do over the summer, a major Power School SIS upgrade that we're doing, and work we're doing setting up a Moodle environment as we transition away from Hapara, Moodle will be our new LMS. We're working with Black Gold, who has been using Moodle for quite some time, and they're providing a lot of the courses that they've already developed, and they're sharing them with us. So we're working on integrating those. And any questions?
Trustee Robinson.
Yes, thank you, Director Lee. I'm just curious as to, has there been much concern or reports of problems with the parent portal for registration of children? I had a parent approached me with, anecdotal stories about some frustration, et cetera, in terms of how the enrollment process is with students that are already been enrolled, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't recall hearing that there were difficulties, but I mean, we hear so much, I could be quite wrong. I can elaborate a bit more, but are there problems with it?
I wouldn't say there's problems. I mean, we do every year. We have occasionally parents, they'll have issues with their password, things like that. We do import previous students into the system, and it autofills a lot of that information. Some of that information is locked down because we've found in the past that if we left everything open for changes, that quite often we wouldn't get accurate data. So we don't lock down everything, of course. I mean, there can be changes made, but I think when we have heard of challenges is around some of the data that needs to be changed or updated, but I wouldn't consider it a problem. I would say it's a usual occurrence that happens every year on occasion.
I guess the information, like, you mentioned the default being filled, and I think part of the complaint was I've had my 3 kids enrolled for 3 years, and I'm needing to re-input birth date information and things of that sort. So I don't know if that's a glitch or if that's like because that's the way it's designed. And I didn't quite understand some of what I was being told, but I said I would pass it on. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I'm doing. And I know that probably one of the questions, for example, enrolled my student in an English program, and then down the next sheet, I'm being asked if they're eligible for a Francophone program. And I've told them it's an English program, but I can perhaps see from my own understanding that information may still be sought so that there's a demographic collection of eligibility for the Francophone program. But there was some frustration exhibited with the non-default filling of information that the division would know. My student was with you in grade 5. His birth date hasn't changed. Why do I need to input again? Was the sort of part of the the frustration that was being expressed. Another example is in 2 pages, they're being asked for signing 10 times. Is there not some way of all the boxes? I agree that all these are true sort of thing and one signature. I mean, that's getting a little nitpicky, but you know, if you got like this person said to me, if I have 5 kids, you know, I have 3. If I had 5 kids, I wouldn't do this in one sitting. I'd be pulling out my hair. And again, I don't have children in systems, so I can't even go on and do it myself, because then I wouldn't bring it up here.
Yeah.
If I could have done a little bit. And there was one other thing, I guess. No, maybe that's it. I don't want to belabor it, but I mean, you're dealing with Power School, which is a product, and you probably have limitations as to how much you can do. But I don't know if this person was saying that this has been frustration that has been brought to her attention when they've been talking about it socially. So I don't know if that's more widespread or not. It may not be.
Excuse me. As far as the things that they're signing off on and agreeing to, we have to keep them separate, because there's many times where parents might agree to 3 of the 5 and not all of them. So we can't really say to agree to all of the above. As far as information that they're feeling they're needing to put in over and over again, I mean, we get our feedback from the schools. Like the parents are free to contact the schools, and please do, and provide details around these concerns, and we'll look at improving them. We always, every year, we do make changes to improve things based on feedback. So all I can say is that, you know, make sure you contact your school, ask them to share it with us, and we'll see what we can do. There are reasons, logic reasons in the questions that are asked that limit the things we can do sometimes. And we just want to make sure that all the information we get is accurate. That's the changes that we do make are usually to ensure accuracy. When we've had it set up a certain way and we find that the data isn't accurate, then we make changes to address that.
Thank you for that. I can appreciate too, and that is what I kind of said. But make sure you let your school site know about it. But I guess I was always curious if you'd been getting a lot of complaints. But I mean, when you're getting not off the rack is probably the wrong way to put it. They're trying to be generic.
There are
like some
limitations.
flexibility.
Yeah. They do customize. We do customize it quite a bit, but there definitely are limitations within the product for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Assistant Superintendent Aschmeyer.
Thank you, Board Chair. Through you to Trustee Robinson. The other piece, Trustee Robinson, with the signatures and information that must be filled in, it's very different now that Power School is directly live with Alberta Education and the PASI system. So previous years, it used to be separate, and then we would do a separate reporting and transfer of information into Alberta Education. This system, the way it is now, it's live with Alberta Education. And that's why there are areas that specifically have to be signed, and also the importance of areas that have to be checked all the time. So a family may still have the same address that they've had all along. That is not the case for many other families. So that's why it has to be checked or added in every year for that reason. I hope that helps with that global understanding too.
I just have a question. So we're moving from Hapar to Moodle, which is, I'm sure, is the right idea. I'm just curious. I know that we had spent a lot of time and effort to build Hapara courses. Are they transferable into the new system?
Unfortunately not. They are not. The Hapara is very much a closed system, and it's not exportable in any way, unfortunately. We did meet with Hapara and discuss that with them, and we found that they are essentially winding it down. There are many divisions that have moved away. Buffalo Trails is one of them. They were kind of spearheading the whole Hapara movement a few years ago, and they've moved away also. And they've said they're they're stopping development on it and it's going away. So we had to look at our options. We looked at 3 different options. One of them was very, very expensive. The other one, as a matter of fact, it was Canvas, and they had a breach right in the middle of our evaluation process. And looking at Moodle and what it offered, the saturation throughout the province with all the different school divisions that are using it, it proved to be the right choice.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your report. Human Resources, Assistant Superintendent Rollins and Director Campbell. Is there any big rocks you'd like to speak to?
Nothing at this time. We are continuing with our usual processes for, May, June into July around hiring, recruitment, making sure we have contracts, recall letters, all of those processes are in place and at play currently.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. When you go to career fairs, what do you ever get, like, would you ever be able to say, you know what, we were successful, we were able to recruit this number? If you could, and I know it's not part of this, but if you could just tell us how successful that career fairs have been for you.
So we have certain career fairs that are far more successful than other career fairs. And looking into next year, there's some that we will potentially not attend because we never get applicants that will come to a rural school division. But our success has been fairly good with our Edmonton recruitment fairs, those are at the U of A, as well as Concordia, places like that. And then, of course, going up to Grand Prairie and the yes, Grand Prairie. I was getting my grands all mixed up. We do have more interest there for both CUPE roles and our ATA roles. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your report. Inclusion Services, Director Corser, is there any big rocks you'd like to speak to?
Not at this time, but I'm open to any questions you may have.
Trustees, any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your report.
Thanks.
On to Communications and Special Projects. Director Gilks.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to update you on a couple things that have happened since I put the information in the report. Myself and Trustee Bowman attended an Edson Chamber of Commerce meeting recently, and we wanted to talk about the Fulham program that's coming up, and I've set up a time in the fall to do an actual presentation rather than just a report that we're actually going to do the new program up there. So I'll work with the school to get that set up. But one of the things that when we were there, we did some great networking, spoke to a representative from Community Futures, who part of their portfolio is youth entrepreneurship. So I'm going to be forwarding that information to the school with the new principal leader to see what they can do, as well as the vice president, Sandy Moore of Nova Theater, came up to me, and they are actually starting, I think it's this Friday. They are going to have 2 weeks showing of Toy Story 5 and another 2 weeks of Monsters and Minions. And I had mentioned some of the promotional programming we're doing is coloring sheets. And so I gave everyone a sample, and I'll be dropping that off. So she's going to have them in the reception area of the movie theater. So it talks about the Fulham program, as well as, of course, West Haven and Mary Bergeron, as well as I'll have some school brochures. So that's really exciting. I'll make sure I touch base with her. She originally had suggested that they could color them and she'd put them up there. But I said, well, the kids might get excited coloring and go on the walls. And I really didn't think the board would want to repaint the theater. So no crayons, but it was wonderful networking that she volunteered to do that. The other thing at that meeting as well is we got information about the Edson Summer Festival. That's July 9th, 10th, and 11th. They host it down Main Street. That's when they have rides and things like that. Director Van Neck and myself are bringing the school bus on this Saturday, which will be 12 to 5. I have let all the other schools know that we are going. My department will be paying for the cost of having the bus there and the books that we usually do. And Director Van Neck and I usually hand out coloring sheets, and she has lots of information about recruitment for bus drivers, etc. I already had Principal Basaraba from Parkland, who's going to actually be joining us because we'll have a tent in front of the bus as well. So that's very exciting for promotion as well. The other thing I wanted to point out as well, and I really appreciate the trustees going to the different chambers and the networking. For example, Trustee Robinson, you mentioned about the advocacy work you're doing in regards to the deductible for Jasper. But another thing that came out when I was present with Trustee Bowman at the Edson Chamber is I mentioned about the Community Futures, the contact there who came up to me and asked about Fulham. But one of the other things that Trustee Bowman had brought was a copy of the board brief from May 20th. And of course, as you remember, we had the wonderful student from Parkland, who is a young entrepreneur, grade 10 student from Parkland. And so I actually had Community Futures come up to me, and she wants to reach out to help her with that. I've already contacted the student and the mother. They're very excited. And I've also arranged with the Chamber of Commerce. She is going to do a presentation to the business community as well in probably October. We're just working out the details. So a great other opportunity to promote our students, and always really enjoy that. And of course, the last thing that just started to work on as well is going to be networking with the principal at Grand Trunk, as well as to try and find a suitable date for their grand opening that works with our MLAs and MPs. And there's a lot of behind the scenes to see what date works for everyone. So that'll be sometime, we're planning, I believe she said, somewhere towards the mid to end of September. So that'll be coming up, and more information will be forwarded. Happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Bird?
Thanks for all you do, Nikki. Can you tell me just a little bit more about your farm ed toolkit here?
Sure, that's going to be part of the report that I'm doing later for Fulham. Thank you.
Okay, will you be updating me on the grand opening as well? Thank you very much. Well, no questions. Thank you everyone for your input into this report. We really appreciate it, knowing what's going on in our division. So administrative report 11.2, third quarter financial update. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees receives the third quarter financial update as information. And over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to go to Secretary Treasurer Tash Taylor and Alan Kuzik.
Thank you, Superintendent and trustees. The report, the Q3 report, is for information, and you know, we're holding well here. Currently, just a deficit of about $100,000, and so we're in a very positive position headed into the last quarter here. Spending sort of ramps up in June as people get things done, prepare for the fall. So we're going to see a bit of an uptick, but then things will quiet down, and a little bit will start in August again. But this is really giving us a really good picture of where we should land at the end of the year. And I'm very positively optimistic that we will. I don't want to put it out too much on the record, but we should end in a positive position, which again, all things stay the same. We should have something for us at the end of the year. Any other specific questions? I'll hand off to Director Kuzik, who prepared the report. Thank you.
Is there any questions, trustees? I have a couple, just because when we see some of these higher percentages, other revenue is at 760%. What is our other revenue?
Director Kuzik, would you like to speak to that?
Alvin, we're not hearing you if you're talking. Sorry.
Okay, I will speak to the detail that I know. When you're speaking to the 760%, these percentages they're kind of misleading, because what it does is it takes the amount over what you projected. And so if it could be a big percentage like that, if we, you know, the denominator is low. So when you have an increase of even $130,000, it makes it look like a big swing. So other revenue could be anything from interest on things we hadn't expected. It could be fees that were collected that we hadn't expected. In some cases, credit card or P card revenue. And so we're looking here at $152,000, and we had expected about $20,000. So we really do try to have, you know, everything allocated, but certainly this could be anything from Grand Trunk receiving something. I don't know the specifics, but when it comes to that variance, it could take just a little bit of an increase to throw the percentage up.
Okay, I'm just going to keep on these percentages, sorry, but the 1,300% on the other interest in financial charges.
Right. So again, that's just when you're taking the dividing the math, it's 13, it's just that much percent.
But what is that? What is it? Like other interest in financial charges?
So it's bank fees of some kind.
Okay.
And this could be at the school level too. So it's not just centrally. Yeah.
Alvin, I think I can hear noises. So do you want to try again? You unmute? I could hear noises when you were unmuted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Tash is correct. The other is the U.S. Bank rebate that we get. So they planned originally for a lower amount than we received, and that's why the percentage is high.
I'm also going to just address the one at the very bottom, external services. And what exactly is that one?
External services includes anything from transportation fees for busing that we charter our services to for other outside organizations, etc. It could be fees for facilities doing work for other divisions and or kindergarten, pre-kindergarten. So that's also included in their revenue.
Okay, this is in the expense one.
Oh, sorry. The expense it'd be the expenditures incurred for those any other revenues. So it could be things like you know, the busing charges, or it could be salaries, it could be anything from fuel, etc. Right? So anything that's included in those services we provide to external parties.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Bowman, did you have a question? Okay, Trustee Caputo.
I'm curious about the US rebate that would be on the car, on our P cards, right? So my question, does that just go into just all come back even though the schools have used their P cards, or do they get part of that too?
No, we just put it into a central fund.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your report. We'll move on to Administrative Report 11.3, Division Health and Wellness Supports Initiatives Year-End Report. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receive a summary outlining the division's focused work on developing and sustaining positive mental health and wellness for students and staff across Grand Yellowhead Public School Division during the 2025-2026 school year as information. And over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. We'll go to our Director of Inclusion, Amy Corser, for this presentation. And we'll get you the microphone.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is 11.3 Inclusion Health and Wellness Report. So I invited some members of my team. Amanda Denton is online from Jasper. I don't know if Amanda, you can turn on your camera as well. She's joining us from Jasper. Oh, perfect. There she is. So Amanda Denton is back with us. She is our best program manager. And then I brought Delaney Yulin, and she is our health and wellness coordinator. And I also brought Miranda Keys, and she's our FSLC supervisor and crisis management lead. So you have your report in front of us, but I thought I would invite some members of our team if you had any questions. I know Amanda kind of wanted to share a little piece of information that's new in the BEST team. So I guess I'll pass it off to Amanda, and then if anyone else wants to share anything or if you have any questions for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I wanted to share a couple pieces regarding BEST. Firstly, BEST is currently in the process of receiving its 3-year contract from Recovery Alberta, ensuring continued funding to support the important work that we are doing. We are also excited to merge the Wellness Navigators and BEST team for the upcoming school year. By combining our resources and expertise, we believe this will strengthen collaboration and enhance the support we provide. And lastly, we are looking forward to staffing the upcoming school year with a fully staffed team. Thank you.
Did you want to continue or you want questions as we go?
We'll open it up to any questions that the trustees will have for anyone, unless anyone else wants to share any updates.
Okay, Trustee Caputo.
My question is, you said that you have a fully staffed team. How long has that been? You've been in that process that sometimes it was not fully staffed. So how long have you had a fully staffed team?
We have now been fully staffed for about a month with our last hiree on board. So it's really exciting as we had some prolonged vacancies over the school year. So we're very excited to be able to support schools with full capacity for the upcoming school year.
Can you tell us exactly how many staff you have in the areas?
Yes. So, would you like to? So the BEST team consists of 4 staff, myself, the program manager, and I'm located in Jasper. We have Katrina, who's located in Hinton. We have Tegan, who's located in Grand Cache, and we have Carolyn, who's located in Edson East.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Did either of you want to speak to your roles?
I'll just kind of speak to what I added to the board report. So I just wanted to highlight the Ahmed Jabir presentation that went around to all of our junior and senior high school classes for Mental Health Week. That was in May. I also added that we had one of our best coaches in the Grand Cache zone place second in the Move Your Mood Challenge through Alberta Health Services. I also added the presentation that was included earlier today with our junior recess leaders, and we hope that that can be implemented in more of our schools come the fall.
Any questions? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Not really a question, but it's been wonderful sitting in the health and wellness committee with you guys this year. My question really is there anything you don't do? Because you guys are absolutely amazing and you're boots on the ground and you're in the schools and you guys are just fabulous.
Thank you, Trustee Acorn.
It's nice to meet you all. I have this my first time to a board meeting, so it's nice to meet you. I'm as the FSLC supervisor. We have 11 FSLCs now. We had 10, and then we had a new hire in Grand Cache, which for next year. So we're hiring for that right now. So that's very exciting that Grand Cache will now have 2 FSLCs to bring more equitable access to the students up there. We also have on top of the 11, 2 FSLCs in Jasper who are contracted, and they take care of the 2 schools there. The other part of my role is the crisis management lead, working with the schools through the VITRA process, and that's been going well this year. And yeah, I think that's all I kind of have to say. Any questions that you have?
Trustee Robinson, then trustee Mines, then trustee Bird.
You mentioned amalgamating BEST program with the FSLC, is that correct?
Not with the FSLC.
Okay.
So we're going to amalgamate our wellness navigators and our best coaches. So we had a meeting with them on Monday, I think Amanda it was, and we're kind of tossing around a new name to come up with. We'll still keep the best logos and things like that because we have to through MHCB, but we thought it might be less confusing for all of our schools if we call them all wellness coaches because they all do the same universal programming. So kind of come up with one name to call them because they do the same thing, whether you're a wellness navigator or a best coach. And then they will be all under the portfolio of Amanda Denton. She will be the supervisor of the whole team.
All right, thanks for clearing up the confusion I had. I guess what occurred to me is it sounds amalgamating to better utilize resources makes sense. I'm just curious as to the history of the 2 programs and why were they separate in the first place, sort of thing?
That's a very good question. They're just separate grants. So BEST is through mental health capacity building grant, and then the wellness navigator is through the wellness grant. So they're just kind of 2 pockets of money, but we do the same things. So yeah.
I didn't think we had the flexibility to do that kind of amalgamation, but
We do now. Other divisions have been doing it, so we asked for approval. We had to, of course, jump through some hoops and get approval, but we got that approval a couple of weeks ago. So we're gonna carry out this
all right,
plan.
thank you.
Thanks.
I just thrilled to hear that there's going to be 2 FLCs in Grand Cache because there is a lot of need. And I know principals have been advocating that for a long time. I'm just curious, do we get any more grant funding money to support that?
Not through grant funding, no. But we've had 3 applicants and we're interviewing right now as we speak. So Ms. Taylor, do you want to speak?
Sure. So you may not be getting grant funding, but in the budget portion, we have we've allocated funds to supplement and make sure that this department is optimal.
Trustee Bird.
Thanks for everything you do. It's just jam-packed here, Amy et al. It's incredible. Like you've got boots on the ground to everything. I was just wondering, I was looking at the different initiatives, the outreach ones, and I noticed that November and December don't have any. And I was wondering if there would be some kind of, because those are dark when it starts to get dark out and that kind of thing. That's just a suggestion. And I look at all the different things for K-8. Will there be a few more for 9 to 12?
Well, we decided to use our grant a little bit different and then have like the guest speakers in our high schools and things like that. But yeah, we are always willing to adapt and change and implement programs. A lot of our high school things aren't even written on there, and we have a lot of our FSLCs collaborating with BEST or Wellness, doing like boys groups, girls groups, doing lunch hour programming, board game groups, and they're not even listed on there. So
yeah, I'm going to say that it is truly remarkable, the difference when you're in the school and when you're not. The kids are just longing for it. So kudos to you guys. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question. When Amanda spoke about being fully staffed, did that include the wellness navigators in those 4, or is there more?
There's wellness navigators are in addition to that.
So how many wellness navigators are there?
So we met one of them today, Brianne Benson, who was part of West Haven, but Brianne also works at West Haven, Pine Grove, and Parkland. And then we have Lindsay Kermer in Hinton, and she works at all three of our schools in Hinton as well.
So just the two.
The two, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions, trustees? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Administrative report 11.4, required instructional minutes 2026-2027. The recommendation is that the board receives a report on required instructional time for the 2026-2027 school year as information. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. So we'll pass this along to Dr. Rollins to go through and provide this report for us.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. The report itself contains within it the bell schedules for each of our schools going into the 2026-2027 school year. The important pieces to note, obviously, when we're building out bell schedules, is to ensure that we're meeting the minimum requirements from Alberta Education, which reflect grades 1 through 9 must meet a minimum of 950 instructional hours, and our 10 through 12 schools must meet a minimum of 1,000 instructional hours. If you peruse all of those bell schedules, you will see that each school is in compliance. And in addition to just the instructional hours, the bell schedule is also built around allowing minimum times for lunches, recess breaks, that sort of thing as well. So really, it's a report for information so you can see when school starts, when it ends, so when you do your visits, and as a reminder to me when I do my visits, what time school starts.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. You have early dismissal. That would be for teachers' convention, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
And only some schools have it and others do not, because if they don't live within the region far enough away, then they don't get it. So for example, Grand Trunk does not have an early dismissal day because it lives close enough to Edmonton. Yes.
Any other questions? Trustee Robinson?
I recall when we took part in the SIP presentations that Principal Crozier was quite proud of the extra hours at Jasper High School. And I noticed from my past experience, I know it's kind of a dance and you get 1 minute over and you're happy. And I know it's a struggle to meet that sometimes. I guess I'm just curious if there's that large of a gap, or gap is the wrong word, extra time in instruction in some schools, and Jasper's not the only one. What's the magic that causes that to happen, and why is it not more widespread, perhaps?
So one of the biggest pieces that impacts being able to do that is busing and transportation. So we don't have those limitations as such in Jasper, but we do have them in some of our other areas, which does mean that there is a very tight timeline on what we can and cannot do.
The obvious answer I wish I'd thought of. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for the report. Administrative report 11.5, professional growth committees. The recommendation that the board receives a report on professional growth committees as information. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. So Dr. Rollins will give this as well, although I did meet with members of the ATA who hope that as we are going through, as they are going through looking at the numbers that are there, their hope is that with the teacher strike and the things that changed this year, that they still really would like to be able to count on the professional growth fund and knowing that they are dedicated to their professional growth experience. So they had met with me last week and just expressed that although the usage wasn't as high as what they had hoped for, that the plan would be to continue to utilize the fund. Over to you.
Absolutely agree with that. One of the things that we certainly promote, and I hope we have lots of ATA members and CUPE members listening to the board meeting today, because certainly professional growth and development is something that we encourage across every one of our sectors. The more highly skilled our staff are, the more our students benefit from that skill, from staying current with trends, honing and refining skills, whether it's about behavior management or whether it's about academic learning, whatever that looks like, we certainly encourage it. And so we do meet with our ATA PG group a number of times in the year. This year it was 7 times we meet. We have good conversations. We look at approving as much as possible that aligns with professional growth plans of ATA members, as well as with the school. And of course, we also have to look at certain things around making sure that staff are safe. We don't necessarily want to have everybody doing a wild water rapids course because we may not be able to take kids on a wild water rapids course. We don't need anybody to be hurt, but as much as possible, we say yes. In fact, we look for ways to say yes to encourage that this money gets spent. You'll see there are 2 tables attached in this report as well. The one is for the ATA Professional Growth Fund utilization. It shows you that there was, just over $200,000 odd that was used in PG planning and training this year. You'll also see the one for the CUPE members. There is some money left over, which we will move forward and have available for our folk, but absolutely strongly encourage people to use the money. It's there. Use it like a dirty rag.
Trustee Mines?
I have more of a query. With the QP plan, is it negotiated into their contract that this is there, or is that just a divisional?
It doesn't necessarily exist in the CUPE collective agreement per se. There is reference to professional growth and development in the contract, but it's kind of vague. Yeah. And we have, as a division, committed very strongly to making this available.
Okay, yeah, because I've always felt like we don't have enough QP using their professional growth. And I know part of that has to do with the amount available. So for a QP member to go do something, a lot more comes out of pocket than it does for an ATA staff. So I was just curious about that. And I don't know that we can do anything definitely about it, but it's always been on my mind.
I think there's also some misconceptions that are out there around how CUPE can access this fund. We've had some really good conversations this year with the CUPE PG committee around getting the word out, because I think at one point there was a belief that if you attended one PG event, then you couldn't attend anything else, even though you might have money available to do it. And so we had a really good conversation with the team to say, no, you know what, there is kind of like a cap in the sense that, we're not going to spend $15,000 on one person and $2 on somebody else. So there needs to be equity around the spending of that money. But at the same time, we still want people to be using it. So, if you've gone to a conference and you feel like, oh, well, I've still got money or room to maneuver with, please spend it, please use it, please hone your skills. Yeah.
Just to follow up on that one, the ATA, it says 2,500. Does CUPE have an amount?
Not in the collective agreement.
No. Okay. I was just wondering. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for the report. 11.6 administrative report, calendar survey 2027, 2028, 2028 to 2029. Recommendation is to receive the results from the calendar survey as information. And over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Great. We'll get Dr. Rollins to kind of do an update, and then there's a couple of points in there within the report that will also be updated during this time.
So as you will recall, a few months ago, the board tasked me with finding out about the 2 days around in lieu time. Was there an appetite and will to split those 2 days? Traditionally, we've always kept them together and they sort of before spring break. And there had been some query around, well, could we split them and make the Easter Monday a holiday, because the Good Friday was given as a holiday, but of course not the Easter Monday. So that was one of the questions that went out. And then the other 2 questions pertained to the 27-28 and the 28-29 calendars around the PD dates. Did we want to move them from May into April? And so those are the results that you're seeing there. And so based on the survey, which ran for just over 2 weeks, we had a number of responses, and based on that, what we discovered was that yes, There was an appetite for splitting those two in lieu days. There was overwhelming response for the 27-28 calendar to move the May 5th PD date to April 28th, 2028. And that is where the correction comes in. My apologies. I was so focused on making sure I got the 2027 right that I made every date 2027 instead of recognizing that April 2028 should be what is there. So we'll make those updates to the year for that. So there was an appetite to change from May 5th to April 28th, 2028. And then based on the survey results for 2028-29, no changes were going to be made to those suggested calendars. And right now, the reason this is just information only for the board is that these are calendars that are simply approved in principle right now. They come back to the board in April of next year, April 2027, and the board gets to review the actual calendar at that point and make an approval. These updates will be made to those calendars so that when they come to you next year, they will be embedded into them.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees?
All I want to say is thank you for engaging so much of our public and our staff, because that is a really, really good survey result. So that's great news.
Trustee Robinson?
I guess I was just a bit curious, and I understand the notion of the in principle only. On the last pie diagram there, is it kind of like a case of a tie goes to no change? The preamble kind of mentions May 4th, from May 4th to April 27th, but there's a May 5th choice there too. So there were 2 no's and 1 yes. So the majority was marginally to keep things the same, but I just was curious from.
I can speak to that. Really good question. What happened when the survey went out initially for the first, I would say, 6 to 8 hours was the same thing that happened in the board report, that it said 2027, not 2028. And so we very quickly shut the survey down, quickly made sure we had changed the date on that one question, reopened the survey up. It was closed for approximately 30 minutes. And then that's why we have sort of 2 graphs, because some really wonderful families in our communities were on the survey. They were ready to answer that survey, but it had the wrong date on it. So that's why there were 2 graphs, and then we just added the 2 totals together. And you're right, it was a very, very close, just by like a couple of % difference to keep things the same. And certainly the will of the board, you know, that would be the 28-29 calendar. If we found moving forward that you'd like to resurvey in a year's time and see if that appetite was still there for the 28-29 calendar, we can absolutely do that again as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Rollins, for that report. Administrative report 11.7. Fulham Community School update on agriculture program for fall of 2026. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receive for information this update on the pre-planning status conducted by administration in collaboration with school leadership, community stakeholders, government officials, and relevant partners to support the development of a remote rural agricultural program at Fulham Community School for the fall of 2026. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. So I asked Director Gilks to do this report based on all the work that she has done from the direction of the board and myself. So she was going to pass along a number of items that have happened in the last number of weeks. So thank you very much, Director Gilks.
Thank you. One of the things that I did want to point out is the report today is basically an operational status update regarding divisional logistics. So for example, like marketing metrics, provincial frameworks, insurance risk assessments, municipal zoning compliance, etc. It doesn't reflect school site specific program development. That's something that is specific to the school themselves. So when there's mention of community stakeholders, it's not necessarily the parents, that's up to the school leadership. My role is to see what they wanted to do and if there was anything that I could do to move the program forward so they could go and focus on the students and the education. So for example, one of the programs they're looking at bringing in the fall is bringing in bees. And when I investigated with the animal control officer, he said that the property itself is too small according to their current bylaws. So I'm currently working with Yellowhead County to figure out the process to either amend or get an exemption to the bylaws so that that can move forward and they can focus on building their program for that. That's one example. Today, I've been receiving emails from Alberta Health Services. Part of the issue that we're having is that every school program is very different. They have different age groups. They have different programs. Some have poultry, some have full-on livestock, etc. And it is actually fairly new when you talk to, for example, the insurance risk assessment is very different depending on what type of livestock. If the students are under 12, it's a higher risk as well. So the work that the superintendent has tasked me with is to ensure protection for the board and the division to make sure that what the school wants to do and have a robust agricultural program is that it has a really strong foundation. So that's kind of the work that I've been doing. I've listed all the different areas that obviously we're still working on it. My work will be probably completed in the next little while because of course the next stage, as we've mentioned already, there'll be the ad hoc committee and it'll be school site specific. We'll have a new leadership as well. Excuse me. Part of the promotion of the program. So, excuse me. So we set up their website, for example, full color page, half page advertisements have been running for 6 weeks in the local paper. I've run 240 radio ads that are on the radio. I've done targeted social media ads. We've had interview with XM 105. And of course, I showed earlier some of the different promotional programs, materials such as the brochures, coloring sheets, etc. Community awareness engagement. So I mentioned this earlier about the Chamber of Commerce. One of the things with the Yellowhead County, they do have a semi-annual newsletter. They're also looking at doing an online digital newsletter more often. One of the things when I reached out to them to see if I could put an ad in there to promote the program, because Yellowhead County is very encouraging of us to have this program, is one of the things they had mentioned is that if we were partnering with the agricultural planning department at Yellowhead County, they would be interested in including a story about Fulham. So I'm currently negotiating with them and trying to get that going as well. So community events. So I mentioned about the summer festival, but some of the other things that I put on here, I made the school aware that these things are coming up, because that is really, parents want to talk to school staff. They want to know more specifics. I certainly will be there to support them if needed. But so for example, I will bring the brochures, coloring sheets, and I can talk a little bit about generalities, but it is based on what the school wants to do. I believe that I'm not sure if the current principal will be doing a presentation to Yellowhead County Council, but there will be, they have asked for an update on when the program is ready to go. So that may be up to the new principal Styles. Interschool collaboration is also on here. So I've been talking logistics at the administrative level, not specific program level. So for example, you know, what hurdles or challenges did you have with Alberta Health or insurance or information? For example, I mentioned down below about farm management. Some of them have 24/7 farm managers on site now because they've grown their program. So just kind of getting a little bit of information so I can pass off to the superintendent to help support the school and their staff. I'm also looking at, because this is going to be a new program, livestock in the division. One of the things I'll be doing over the summer as well is reviewing APs to ensure that they actually align with everything, so that if we have poultry or sheep or calves or whatever on the property, that we have procedures in place for health and safety of everyone. So I'll be looking at that. And Superintendent Scobie mentioned that APs will be coming up in August as well. We're still looking at, for example, part of the work that I'm doing as well is just trying to get everything in writing. So also again, to protect the resources of the division. So there is a verbal agreement, for example, with the local veterinary services. And we've requested they just have something in writing to say what they're covering, what they won't. So it just will help in the terrible situation that they may have something happen, that will have it clear cut. So it will also help with their planning and their budgeting. Some of the other things, so facility and infrastructure. So part of what they're getting going right away is poultry, for example. In some discussions, it was discovered that there was going to be a need for electrical. So the director of facilities, myself, we went up because he was concerned there was not enough electrical room in the panel. And also they had talked about running a cord, for example. This is when you're talking livestock for the cold weather, for example, or it gets dark in the early afternoon. We want to make sure that the students are not at risk for it being in the dark. Because it's an older building as well, there is no outside access to electrical. So right now, because we're trying to get this up and running as soon as possible, Director Origin, we went up there and he is currently investigating the cost to run power out the back to get to support their program. So that just gives you a couple examples. There also is, we've been working on different logistics because of course there's a septic field out in the back. And so currently we just want to make sure that that asset is protected, because if there is a lot of frequent driving over the septic field, that could cause damage. And that's a significant cost to the board. So again, protecting the board's resources is kind of the role, the task that I've been doing. Alberta Agriculture, I've been working with them. I already mentioned about the bees, Alberta Health Services. Section number 8. So as I've been going through and researching, I have a stack of, being safe with poultry, etc. I found a really great resource. It's in collaboration with Alberta Agriculture, as well as the National Agriculture Program, as well as Ontario School collaborated, which is one of the schools that Fulham staff have referenced a number of times. They collaborated with the Rural Education Network, and it's the Farm Resource Toolkit, which I've provided you all a copy of. I've also given a copy to all of the staff and the current principal. And you'll see a few other things. It's an excellent, excellent resource. The other one I found was an agricultural youth work guidelines, which goes by curriculum. It also goes by age. So it says specifically if they're kindergarten age, this is what they can or can't do. These are the hazards that you should look for. And also there's a number of resources in here, for example, showing curriculum. Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer is developing specific curricular resources and documentation, which she will also be providing to them. And there's a number of different resources in the back as well. So for example, I have a family member who works for Alberta Milk. So she actually wrote a lot of these school programs and resources in collaboration with Alberta Agriculture. So she forwarded all that information to me as well. And so I've also talked about livestock and agricultural assets. Again, that would be the school being more specific. I'm just looking, I was just targeting some of the things to make sure that what they want to implement, they're able to do so without any hurdles. We don't want them to go through all this work and effort and then, oh, we didn't check this, or oh, we didn't check that. So that's what I've been tasked with. And I gave you a copy as well of an ad. This is the ad that's currently running in the papers. So about 10%, just to give you an idea, about 10% of my annual communication budget has gone to promotion of the Fulham program. So I wanted to just bring that to your attention as well. And this has been the work that's been done in the last 3 weeks, I think. So happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Director Gilks. I believe you've done a very, very thorough job, and I can't believe the depth that you've gone into to try and support and look, because some of the things you've said, I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, oh my gosh, yes, right? So kudos to yourself and Director Ord and the senior team. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bird?
Yeah, 3 weeks, Nikki, like really. I always told my students that love is a verb, and what you've pulled off in 3 weeks with everybody else is, I'm gobsmacked actually. So thank you so very much. And I'm going to be part of this, so I'm really excited to move on and work with you. Thank you. It's overwhelming.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very, Trustee Robinson?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to reiterate as well. It's very, very impressive, and it's kind of heartening when there's an initiative suggesting the school needs support, to see how much support the school is getting. It'd be really exciting to watch this progress and hopefully come to fruition. One of the questions that did occur to me, and this may be beyond your scope, perhaps. I know that there was outreach to Yellowhead County quite some time ago, to the parent council and staff, et cetera. And there's reference here to grants from Yellowhead County. But the number that was tossed around at that time was pretty impressive. And I know that Yellowhead County would have to bring us up at a more formal process, but has there been any discussion at all along those lines in terms of what Yellowhead County might be prepared to do?
I can talk to it a little bit. One of the things that I did offer assistance to the current principal, and of course I'll work with the new incoming principal, is that there is a lot of different grants that are available once you have more specific program outlined and what budget. So for example, if they wanted to bring in or build a barn, so you would go out and you would look specific. This is the size of barn. This is, it's, you know, we would do the background work with Director Orge, for example, to make sure that we are capable of the electrical, or else we'd have to come, for example, to the board and say, we need $10,000 to do this, et cetera. You come up with your plan, your action plan, or your 3-year vision. And that's something we talked about. That's what the county had suggested that they were looking for, is more specifics. So they had gone there, are you willing to support the school's new program? They absolutely are, but they want more specifics. It's like any kind of grant application. So one of the things that when I'm reaching out about promotion of the program through Yellow County, they had also forwarded me that they actually have agricultural grants for educational programming through Yellowhead County. And so that may be a different route that they would possibly be able to support, not education per se, as in paying for teachers' wages and things like that, but if they want a stock waterer or they want to build an extra coop or something. So I have offered that service as well. But again, until we have more of more specifics, that's the kind of thing that they're going to be looking for. The other thing that was at the chamber meeting is TC Energy gave an excellent presentation. They're doing quite a lot of pipeline work in Edson and Hinton, 500 workers coming to Edson and 500 to Hinton. And one of the things that they specifically have is educational programming grants. And anyone can apply. So I did pass the information off to Fulham, as well as Trustee Bowman did, as because she was at the meeting, but I did forward it to all of our schools as well, because they may also have something. But again, any of those applications, they want specifics. So they don't want to just see, well, we're thinking we're going to do this. They want, well, how much do you want? What is your, what's your plan? And so again, if that's the will of perhaps the new committee or Superintendent Scobie, if he wants some assistance from me, I can certainly help with that later on. But my work was tasked to try and get this going before the end of the school year to make sure that any of these potential hurdles, like this bee bylaw that I'm trying to get through, is ready to go. Because the bees, I think they had talked about, was for January. But as you know, changing a bylaw or amendment, it takes some time, right? So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just while I have the microphone, perhaps I'll ask the question that I want to ask to Superintendent Scobie. Do we have any more insights on enrollment figures at this point?
The last enrollment figures I have were that there was, I believe, 37 enrollments, which led to 35 FTE, as is my memory of it. I think that's 37, 35. So it's good. My memory is correct. So we, thanks to Mr. Lee for the thumbs up to make sure I was doing it correctly. When we do the enrollments, of course, we have to do the adjusted enrollment method. We 1 FTE for grades 1 to 6, 0.5 FTE for kindergartens. So 37 kids total bodies, 35 FTE is what we have registered thus far.
I just want to thank you for this report. I just have one question. Under livestock and agricultural assets, it says fall 2026 framework, pending final student numbers and interest. The school proposes introducing 2 dozen chickens, 3 sheep for the fall of 2026. Just, can you clarify what that line means?
Certainly. So what we had asked was the current principal to give us a planning document of what the plans were that they were proposing the students were interested in. Because of course, also with animal control bylaws is you're limited to what you can actually put on the property size that we have up there. So for example, the size of our property allows what's called 4 animal units. And 4 animal units means, for example, I know more about farming than I ever imagined. 15 chickens, for example, is considered 1 animal unit. If you have 16 chickens, they count it as 2 animal units. The max you can have on that property is 4. So I was asking, what were you guys planning on doing? And to see if it actually met. So when I worked with animal control, I could say, for example, bees are considered an animal unit. So when I specifically asked, well, how many bees, they want to do 2 hives. Originally, there's nothing in the animal control bylaw that specifies how many bees, but then it turns out, well, bees, you have to have 40 acres. So otherwise, so I said, okay, does that mean we can't have any? And they said, well, you have to get an amendment, etc. So again, that's the kind of work that I'm doing, not specific program, but those backgrounds, so that if they want to do bees, I have everything ready. The other thing is, for example, 1 animal unit is 3 sheep. So if they have 4 sheep, that's 2 units. You can only have 4. If you want to have more than 4, you can ask for an exemption for an over limit. But to do that, they need to know specifics. Well, how many are you going to have? What are you going to have? What is the infrastructure you're going to have in place? Because they will want to come and inspect it. And so again, that's the work that I've been doing behind the scenes, is that right now, let's stick with the 4 controlled animal units. If you want more, I can do that help, because again, we want the staff to work on the programming. They don't want to have to worry. They want to just get the go ahead, you're allowed to do that. And so that's the work that I've been doing behind the scenes. So I hope that answers that question. It's based on what they've told that they want to start off with. Right now, they have 28 chickens. So that is 2 animal units. They are thinking sheep in the fall. Again, it depends if they want to lamb, if they want to have the ewes there and then do lambing, or they also talked about perhaps in the spring, they would just bring the lambs on board. When I talked to some of the other school divisions, they said lambing is very difficult because they need to be fed every 2 hours. And that's why some schools have a farm manager on site. So again, it's just, that's up to the school and what their mine is just, okay, you can have 3 sheep or you can have 12 sheep and nothing else, right? So it's a really quite fascinating. There's a lot there. And so anyways, that's kind of the behind the scenes work that I've been doing. So thank you.
Well, thank you again. Just one second, Trustee Caputo. It's interesting because Lacombe, the high school in Lacombe, has beehives right in Lacombe. So, you know, but it's interesting about bylaws, right? They're different everywhere. And this is in a city setting. So, you know, they don't have 40 acres. So that's quite interesting. Trustee Caputo.
And if I could just add to that is what I also found interesting was that even going down this process, every county has different bylaws. Alberta health inspectors, what one will say that they okay at that time, you talk to another school division, oh no, we got in trouble for doing that. And so insurance is very different. And again, it goes by the age. My son, for example, is an insurance underwriter for quite a large, and he used to do farms, agricultural farms. And he said anything under the age of 12 is very high risk. So he said they're going to really look at all that. And we have to protect the division and our students and our staff, because we want to make a really solid foundation so that if we have other schools that want to do this, we already have all this legwork done. So I'm proud that the board and the superintendent has tasked me with to do this due diligence. And of course, it's not going to be perfect. We're going to find different things, but we want to have a really solid foundation because it's pretty exciting. And I know, Chair Boblik, I know it's a passion of yours about the remote rule, even wanting to stay on in the caucus because you're part of that project. And we want to be a shining example. So I really want to thank all of my department heads that have been working behind the scenes with me and with the support of Superintendent Scobie, because there is a lot of work that I think sometimes people don't realize what's involved.
Thank you. And thank you also for your incredible work that you are doing on this. My question is in regards to the chicken coop. So then the chickens would be put in there into the fall, or would we be, would they be there now?
So I can answer. They were temporarily brought onto the property so the kids could get excited, half of them. Right now as well, another thing that you have to do is you have to get permit ID numbers in order to have livestock on your property. So I've applied for that as well. And so once the coop is on, the coop is scheduled to be put on the property on June 29th. So that was some of the things that we've been working with, where they want to put the location. There is that's where their current outdoor learning center is. So there was some discussion. Director Orge offered to move it at his risk and liability, so that if something happened with the movement of it, his facility staff would take care of it. But the principal declined that and said they would move it themselves. So they're planning on moving that and getting the coop on site for the end of June. But of course, the electrical, there is no electrical there right now. So we've been working really, like I said, it was kind of an urgent thing to get that going. We have a time. It's not going to freeze in the next few months, but we want to have everything ready to go to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, please. So we'll return here at, well, let's just say 2:30. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll move into our action items. 12.2.1, Joint Use Planning Agreement, Municipal District of Greenview. The recommendation is that the board approve the joint use planning agreement between Grand Yellowhead Public School Division and the Municipal District of Greenview number 16. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Robinson. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pass it along to our Secretary Treasurer, Tash Taylor, who's done the work in the background here.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Trustees, I'll probably rely on Director Orge perhaps if we have any detailed questions or specifics. As you're aware, every municipality that, every municipality and school division in Alberta are to have a joint use planning agreement. We are bringing forward the Municipal District of Greenview joint use planning agreement. This is we're the last. They have 4 school divisions in their joint JUPA agreements. We're the last. Government is aware that this is coming before you today. This has already gone to their council once, and should the board agree to it, they will just sign off at their next meeting. Now, it should be known that school divisions don't actually need to submit this to Alberta Education. It's on the municipality's side of responsibility. And so, but however, we need to bring this forward to you to have a look and agree to it. A few points of interest. Section 3 of the agreement states that the agreement shall be in force and effect as of the effective date and shall continue to be in effect until such time as it is replaced by the parties. In different municipalities, for example, Jasper, we actually have a term until 2030. This one here is open-ended. The terms and conditions of this agreement shall be reviewed every 4 years with the first such review scheduled in 2030. However, at any point in time, should the division wish to communicate or raise an issue with the MD, that can be done. One of the pieces that we came back with was one of the clauses said off-site levies or any similar charges for municipal infrastructure shall not be charged against development on any school site. This restriction does not apply to capital costs that may be included in a utility rate structure for use of this utility. Given the recent times, I had them add in the similar local improvement charges, and they were amenable to that. Now, one of the other things we've talked about, or I've heard through different channels, is that around fees, and it should, how do the fees work and who uses the facilities and at what cost? Now, fees in some cases, such as the swimming pool, or if there's an arena, and they're still required to charge a fee to cover their overhead costs. So it's not necessarily a fee to use the facility and just rent it out. It's to cover things like chemicals for the pool, lifeguard, and some electricity and overhead. So in contacting and communicating with them, that's the reason, and they have a policy around that. In saying that, the division is permitted to charge fees to users as our current practice. So to community users, the municipality doesn't typically use our space. And again, if there's a community group, whether it's Girl Guides or whomever, we still can apply our fee structure to that. So with that, if you have any questions, I know Director Orge is very familiar with some of the intricacies of these agreements. And so with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Mines?
I have lost, but my first question is, we have 4 other JUPAs. In the other JUPAs, are we getting charged to go use the arena?
In this agreement, the way it works is that because MD has a standing policy that they charge a fee across the board, we're not paying for the rental of the pool or the rink. What we are paying for is the lifeguard that's on staff, because it's a cost. And it sounds like we're paying for the maintenance of the ice, so that accommodates the Zamboni and the people that work there.
Okay, from my understanding, we're getting charged $90 per hour, which is the same rate that the youth would want to book the ice during, school holidays, during the school day. We're paying the same rate. So
Yes, so I can't argue that with the MD because as they replied to us, they have a standing policy that they charge this rate across the board. So I don't know how to answer that any more than that's kind of the way they explain it, but they have it in a policy from the MD saying that. Other JUPA agreements that don't have them costing it, obviously they don't have those policies in there or are willing to waive them. So I can't explain any more than that. All I can speak to is what the answers were given back to us when we asked those questions.
okay, fair. When we had a JUPA with the town of Grand Cache, those rates were free. So Grand Cache students are getting punished, parents are getting punished because the budgets are so tight. And I know that you can attest to that. As a former phys ed teacher, I got to take my kids free. I got to take them multiple times. Some kids, their parents will never take them public skating. They don't have the means or the opportunities, or maybe don't even learn to skate themselves. So there's a lot of different things. We're setting kids up for lifelong physical activity. And right now, we've got a big barrier. And school budgets can't do that. If it's $90 to take your class skating and the phys ed teacher in the high school wants to do a ringette unit or whatever, even just a learn to skate unit, if they're taking each class, 3 times, it's just going to come up to a huge, huge amount. And I can tell you that the budget for a phys ed program when I ran a building was $2,500. So, and this is not our fault. I know I'm not blaming our division, but that is a significant cost. So if this is the way it's going to go, then our parents are going to have to pay the fees, which is not fair to our parents either. Because I just don't see where the room in the budget is the only thing we get free in this agreement is the use of the parks, which are in our town, like a play park, which I never even dreamed of really taking kids to because we've got our own playgrounds, the ball diamonds, which maybe once a year per school, but some schools don't even use them. So we're giving everything, but not getting anything in return. And there are a lot of people who use the building. Because we haven't had a JUPA, there hasn't been community sports. So before we had a JUPA, before COVID was probably the last time, volleyball, drop in basketball. Now, I don't know if some of the community groups like karate and whatnot have returned to the schools, but a lot of people rely on that building. Yes, the MD is building a field house. They've currently put it under construction. So maybe they just don't need us anymore, but I have a hard time supporting this in any fashion when we have to pay fees. I don't see it as a joint use agreement when we're giving up, we have to pay and they get everything for free.
Thank you for that. And one of the challenges to consider, or maybe some way of advocacy, is around the other school divisions that have a JUPA. So Holy Family Catholic, Northland School Division, and Peace Wapiti also have this JUPA with them. And so, we could raise a concern. Yeah. Other than they're saying this is their policy, and so either we proceed or we don't, and I could come up with, meeting with the council and talking about that.
Trustee Robinson?
Well, having heard that, has there been any communication with the other school jurisdictions? Is there a board member in their jurisdictions that's expressing the same concerns that Trustee Mines just expressed? In which case, perhaps the number of school divisions, including ours, might collectively address, the joint use issue.
Thank you. Not to my knowledge that this concern has been brought up. The other three have had their agreements in place for several years. I have the dates in an email, but
Trustee Bowman?
Yeah, I think it'd be worth looking into as to how other divisions that they interact with, other school divisions they interact with, how they feel about it, because that seems extremely unfair. Because I'm thinking about us in Edson and the use that we have of all the facilities in Edson, and then to have Grand Cache kids have to pay for it. That's a huge ding to their budgets. It's unfortunate for sure.
Do we have a deadline as to when this needs to be signed? I know in the past it was June, the end of June of this year.
that's right, June 10th. However, the government's somewhat flexible, so I don't think, I mean, if it's going to take what it's going to take. I mean, one of the things is if the JUPA isn't in place, they're going to still continue to charge and do what they already do. So whether this is agreed to or not, their policy still is in place, is in effect. So the only thing really outstanding would be, do you want to perhaps meet with the council and try and negotiate something different outside of these other three school divisions? The other three school divisions, like I said, they've had this in place for several years. There hasn't been, to my knowledge, any but I'm new to the division, so.
My question then is, would it be administration, like secretary treasurer to secretary treasurer, superintendent to superintendent, to find out actually with these other school divisions, the utilization and whether they're having an issue with paying the fees?
Right. And I think that I was also thinking about kind of what we would do in the fall. We talked a little bit this morning in committee, October 7th, kind of as we were trying to find a way to meet with maybe the MD at that time, also the council to the council. Might be another way to go about doing that too. We could do some initial look into before then, for sure, but that would also maybe be a way for us to bring an advocate from the school board to their MD at the at the political level to say, what are we going to do and make this happen? I think we can do work in the background as we lead up to that, but that could be part of that meeting and time frame, or in that time frame of October.
Go ahead.
And I think another advocacy point is health and wellness and safety. Kids need to learn how to swim, right? There's a lot of people want to have healthy adults. And if there's no exposure when they're youth, they're not as likely to have healthy lifestyles. And so that's a benefit to the community and to all of their constituents as well. I suspect that they have had this practice for a long time, and the other school divisions, this is all they know. It's just hard when we're part of a school division where all the other schools aren't getting charged to offer programming that should be standard. And we are, and Grand Cache is.
So then I think the ask might be, if this doesn't pass, is it something that could come back after you find out information in August?
Just to be clear, what information, because we have been in contact with the MD and the CAO and around, because I warned them or advised that there could be a challenge today, which is why we got some of the additional information. And then of course, what comes back is, this is our policy. This is what we do for everyone. And in a kind way, thank you. And so that's why it may be either you escalate and that's board decision.
Well, I think the ask is to the other school divisions, just to see, like, yes, I understand that they have signed it, but do they have concerns?
We can certainly do that.
Mhm.
So is there any other questions? Go ahead, trustee Robinson.
I'll get just the implications where this is an action item, so we're being asked to approve the joint use agreement. And I'm sort of hearing that we could approve this and things could carry on as what we're suggesting. Because of what that's the way it's always been, or should we not approve it? And is that then what would be called escalating? You know, what would be the advice, I suppose, is I can see an argument. No, we don't think this is fair, so we're not going to approve it. But maybe we need the other information first to make the decision, or if it really doesn't matter, say, yeah, we'll go along with the joint use agreement, we'll approve it, but then the background work happens as well. So I'm just a little murky about that.
Did you want to respond?
Unless you do.
Okay. Well, no, my question isn't that we even vote today. We can postpone this, right? So that is what my ask was, is if we wanted information, if we were to postpone, would August, like, because I know that there's a cutoff day. That was my concern.
Well, the cutoff date, I mean, I think it's a hard guideline or a hard date, but I know there are municipalities that don't have this in place, and that's another, that's another matter. But I think with this, you know, we'll go back and say the board didn't, because there's a motion on the table that the board either proceeded or didn't. And then go back, but there needs to be sort of a next step, because on their end, they're going to say, okay, now what?
We're just going to let trustee Bowman ask her
Oh,
question.
thank you. Yes.
My question is, and it's just because I don't understand how this all works, but is there a way for us, like if they're going to charge for us to use their facilities, then shouldn't there be a charge for them to use ours? You know, I don't know if that's allowed or not, but it just seems like if we're giving everything away for free and they get to charge, that seems weird.
I can speak to that a little bit. So with the JUPA agreements, we're allowing community use of our facilities. That means any not-for-profit organization. So Girl Guides, Cubs, karate, if they can show not-for-profit, men's volleyball. So we allow them in the building. The thing of it is, if the municipality wants to use our facility, they're not for profit. So then, yes, we have a charge that we can apply to that. So much dollars for a classroom, so much an hour for the gym spaces, that kind of thing. But the thing of it is, municipality does not rent our spaces. They use their own or other spaces they have. So it's not something where we can get a little bit of that back to break even at the end of the day. There's no deterrent. Because for us, the whole idea with the JUPA agreements is to do exactly what Jackie is asking, support the not-for-profit communities, basketball, volleyball, whoever wants in, badminton club wants to come in. As long as they have a not-for-profit and are just a group, they're not making money or charging fees to be in our facility, they are welcome to come in and use it. And we support that.
For a while, there was a fee that the municipality would charge because they would have somebody present to watch the facility. So they would be, it only happened for a short period of time. It was $1 per day for whoever went in there to help cover a wage, but it didn't really make sense, just because at times some of the groups coming in, and it was in an older JUPA, if you remember, we're not treating the space as should be, getting access into the phys ed room. All of our balls are all over the place in the morning and they're not supposed to be using that, those kinds of things. But yeah, you want to encourage non-for-profits to use our building, and they don't ever. minor hockey will use a classroom to run a roughing clinic on the weekend, those kinds of things. The firefighters do their training in our building, but now they don't need to in Grand Cas because they got a beautiful building, but before they did.
Trustee Robinson.
Would it be appropriate to make a motion, and I would be prepared to do so, to table this until the August meeting? And then address it at that point. I mean, it's not like our schools in Grand Cache are going to be using the facilities with school programming here right away. So that could be a way to go here.
It would be a motion to postpone to August.
I'll make that
To change or
motion.
affect the main motion. Yeah. So we have trustee Robinson making a motion to postpone. So to postpone this matter, so the JUPA agreement to August board meeting. And so he's made that motion. We're good. I don't think we need a seconder. I think in our policies, it says we don't.
No,
So,
but
no.
we have this, not
Yep.
what it says there here. We don't.
Right.
That's the way I think you have in my little brain, you have a couple choices you could do. And each of them are powerful and could actually accomplish the same thing. Trustee Robinson's to postpone is certainly one avenue to go on. The other thing to do, if you want it on the record, vote it down. And then we bring it back and we do something later on. Those are, each of them are fully valid ways of dealing with the same thing. It just depends what you feel is the most appropriate and I just remind, just so everybody knows, that's all.
So we have two motions then right now. We've got the one for the approval and we have the one to postpone. So to postpone is to also ask administration to do the investigation. I will put it to the board as to which I think they would like to do, because I think it's the main motion we can do a subsidiary motion, which changes this one. And so that's what's on the floor right now. So we will vote on the subsidiary motion from trustee Robinson. So I call for a vote. All in favor to postpone to August public board meeting. So, and those in favor and those against? Okay. So be noted. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. That was, we don't normally have this much excitement.
It was good. Talked about it. It's all open. It's all on the record.
Yes.
You went through and did it all, and the vote was that's the way to do it. We were taught more than a year ago to take our time, take a minute to go and do it, figure it out, and then make it happen. It's not meant to be a series of perfections all day long. It's supposed to be work in progress.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll move on to action item 12.2.2, approval of the 2026-2027 school year budget report. The recommendation is that the 2026-2027 budget for the Grand Yellowhead Public Schools, as presented in attachment 1, be approved for submission to Alberta Education and Childcare. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Bird, over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Board Chair. So we are going to go through and do the spring budget. If you consider the spring budget this year compared to the spring budget that I presented last year, I find that this will be a much kinder and better explained experience for everyone. So I'll turn it over to Secretary Treasurer Tash Taylor.
We can hope. All right, thank you, Superintendent, trustees. We have our presentation. I'm just going to get organized.
Trustee Bowman, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, we'll begin. Over the last month, several months, we've had several conversations leading up to this moment. And, you know, the budget here has been informed and developed from using input from trustees, staff leaders, principals, central directors, and feedback from the past, and staff who've put together the budget previously, who've informed some of the better practices or ideas that we could incorporate. As I've mentioned before to the trustees, to the board, that this is a bit of a bridging year. We're working through some changes over the years in finding the best way forward to gather input, support the board's priorities, and meet the requirements from Alberta Education and Childcare. So before I begin my presentation, I'd like to sincerely thank the finance team for many long hours and late nights, and their commitment to responding to me so quickly with all my inquiries and requests. So I do appreciate the team and everything everyone's done across the division. In fact, I personally met with every school principal and every division director to go through their budgets and work with them to try and achieve some balance in meeting needs with the resources we have. There's obviously never enough money, but I am pleased this year to have come to a place where we're all going to be okay. I'm going to go through a presentation. Then we'll go through the actual budget documents. Some of the font is quite small in the package, which I will address in the PowerPoint to some extent, and highlight some of the bigger issues or notes that frame the budget. And of course, we'll go through the actual budget documents. I'll answer any questions. And essentially the presentation starts at the highest level and we narrow it down quite to more of the micro granular level. But for the purposes of the public and the board and those who haven't been part of this process, we're going to start at the very highest level with the first slide, please. So how is education funded in Alberta? The trustees had a great conversation a few weeks ago around this, and not everyone understands how funding flows through and where it even comes from. So education requisition funds, you'll see them on your education or on your property tax assessment, identified as education property taxes. Now, to be clear, these rates are set by the government of Alberta. They're not set by the school division nor the municipality. Now, the funds are collected by ratepayers or taxpayers by the municipality and then submitted to the government of Alberta. So they're a flow-through mechanism. The education requisition funds in Alberta are then pooled into the Alberta School Foundation Fund. They are then distributed to public and separate school boards on an equal per student basis to fund basic operational costs for K to grade 12 education. And this includes charter schools, not independent schools. So those are different. Now, the rates for the 26-27 fiscal year are set at $2.84 per $100,000 of equalized assessment for residential and farmland properties, and $4.17 for non-residential properties. So now the municipality does play a bit of a role where they value and assess your property. Now, the amount, so the example here would be the amount each ratepayer pays depends on the property value assessed by the municipality. So if you had a home valued at or assessed at $400,000 on your tax assessment, that $400,000 would be then divided by $1,000, then the multiplier is 400. And then you multiply that by that $2.84, and that household owes $1,136. The rates have gone up provincially over the past couple of years, 2 years in a row, and quite substantially. So that's a basic example, and it would depend on your property tax assessment locally. So then what happens? All this is pooled together. And again, it's distributed equally through public and separate school boards, and the separate being the Catholic school divisions. Even though school or individuals can select which school division they want to assign funds to, that's not the case. It's all pooled. Okay, next slide, please. So now funding in school divisions is driven primarily through enrollment numbers. Base instruction grants are allocated using the adjusted enrollment method. I know our board is very familiar with this, but for the purposes of the budget and this information for the public, I'm reiterating it here. Funding is provided through base instruction component, does not allocate funding for specific students or schools. So there's certain programs and such, but the division receives the funding as a whole. Funding is based on the number of full-time equivalent students, what we refer to as FTEs, and kindergarten students are counted and funded at 0.5 FTEs, so half. And the reason for half is government typically, or not typically, but they fund for half day. Now, in our case here, the school, this is how this works out. And the block in yellow is really the driving number for a lot of almost every grant, and when we talk about grants, this is really the funding envelope that we receive. So it's based on a 2-year weighted average, and the current year is funded at 30% based on actual numbers, and it gives us a figure. And then we have to submit estimates in January each year, and then they take that at a 70% weighted factor, which gives us the adjusted FTE, and they add those together. And the driving factor for us in our funding profile is 4131 FTE. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about those funding grants or envelopes, it's Alberta Education and Childcare. These are the basic envelopes that we receive, funding for base instruction. In media releases, we've heard some of these numbers and what does it mean. We get funding for kindergarten, grades 1 to 9, high school, and for rural schools. And we have funding depending on the numbers we have in there and the rates. When we see at a plus 3%, this is what the government announced, and this is on the base amount. It's not 3% on what we received in the past. It's just on that base allocation times your number of students. The same thing with services and supports. So these are students with additional needs or unique circumstances that receive additional funding, or the division receives additional funding to provide some unique supports to those students or schools for that matter. We have school, which is what the government calls this, and this is operation and maintenance and transportation. So these are services that are provided to all students or to all schools based on need and student population. Community, these are larger and more flexible grants, socioeconomic status, geographic, and nutrition. The socioeconomic status, this is taking a profile of your student body. The government runs through demographic statistics and provides funding based on the number of students that meet several of these criteria. The geographic component is one where our division receives a fair amount of funding because we are quite widely spread. And so if you're in a tighter or smaller school division, you have less travel and costs are maybe less. So this is one way the government recognizes that. And then there's nutrition funding for breakfast clubs and to ensure that students have adequate food to support their learning each day. And then we have something called jurisdiction, and this is just the government's title for this, and it's really overhead. Now there's a very tight limit on how much of our entire funding can be spent on this. The government, Alberta Education and Childcare tells us that amount. We cannot go over, or we receive a recovery. So this is dealt right into the budget documents, and they reduce this allocation by 5%. So that's when we talk about where the majority of our funding comes from. It's very targeted with some flexibility, but not as much as we'd like. Next slide, please. So before we get into the nuts and bolts of the budget, I'd like to highlight some of the key features of budget 26-27, please. Okay. I will read the slide because it's very important information and it sets the context for the year, for the budget, and notes some of the risks and the highlights that we have. So for the 26-27 budget, it supports the mission, vision, values, and goals established by the Board of Trustees and aligns with the priorities outlined in the division's 3-year education plan. This is a driving feature of where we take a look at providing flexibility, moving money around where we can. Obviously, we do want as much money going to schools and to students as possible, but there are other services that we also want to fund optimally, and we'll get into those, but things like inclusion, for example, and wellness, those are areas that we want to make sure we address because of board priorities. GYPSD has prepared an approximately $67 million budget funded through provincial and federal grants. Generally, we don't have federal grants this year, but they tend to come mid-year. The budget also reflects investment income, fees, and accounting and non-cash items such as amortization. So when we talk about the $67 million budget, but we see how much Alberta Education provides, it's because there's other things that comprise that revenue. Due to enrollment projections from the 25-26 school year that actually exceeded the actual enrollment, our division will experiencing a funding recovering adjustment for 26-27. So without this adjustment, we would have received more money than last year, but we have a correction of about $1 million to factor in. Excuse me. The division expects to serve approximately 4,187 full-time equivalent students from early childhood services through grade 12 across 15 schools and 5 learning connection sites. Now, this is where we're looking at these exact numbers. We're in a projection mode at the moment. Once September 29th comes, that's really when we know our actual numbers for the year. The division continues to provide full-day kindergarten at no additional cost to families. This reflects a priority of the board. Transportation fees will not be charged to eligible rider families, again, continuing a board priority and philosophy. Funds have been directed to support the stability of the division's 2 lowest enrollment schools. And all that to say, through operational adjustments and ongoing right-sizing efforts, I'm pleased that the division is pleased to present a balanced budget for 26-27. And for those who that may be a new feature, it means we do not have to dip into reserves to balance our needs. All right, next slide, please. Okay, some key budget assumptions and strategic risks. This, of course, is in the budget documents, which is why I'd like to highlight them. So on the revenue side, when we're talking about assumptions, this relates to things we don't know for sure, but we're guessing with our best educated guess that this will frame what we're looking at going forward. So we expect that enrollment is projected to be slightly lower than 25-26 levels. This is primarily attributable to the ongoing post-fire housing rebuild in Jasper. So as most people know, the community is still rebuilding, and we expect families to come once those homes are all rebuilt. We also see a larger graduating cohort or cohorts in our high schools. And so that has an impact on the movement and demographic. And we also see just broader demographic trends where people are moving to and from, and it has to do with the economy as well and jobs. And we're not looking at a big drop, 2.2% decrease. If anything higher than 3% would be something that the department would be concerned with. This falls within a normal trend. While provincial education funding rates have increased, the division is expected to receive lower overall funding due to the projected enrollment decline and the associated funding recovery adjustment. So spoke about that. Investment income is anticipated to decrease as a result of lower prime interest rates. So we're not looking at major declines there, but it is something to factor in. The division expects to receive additional transportation funding through the fuel price contingency program, which provides supplementary funding when monthly average diesel prices exceed the established threshold, $1.25 per liter. So we're well above that, and we can anticipate that will come in at some point. And we're seeing that now. Now, last but not least, it's unknown whether additional government funding will be delivered mid-year for government priorities. And this is always something that there's welcome but surprise programs or funding that comes in, and we deal with that when it comes. And so this again is early days. We are at the beginning, and hopeful for any additional funding that might come through. Next slide, please. Expense assumptions. This continues year over year. Inflationary pressures, supply chain disruptions, and tariff-related impacts are expected to continue. To what extent, we're not sure, but I think in society, we're all getting used to this. Now we know this will result in increased cost for fuel, materials, equipment, and operational supplies. So we've factored that in. It's just a pressure that we have to work into the budget. Utility costs have experienced significant volatility over the past year. Again, socioeconomic and geopolitical reasons for that. And we're expecting that this is going to remain elevated and unpredictable throughout the budget period. So next year. Construction costs, technology platform expenses, vehicle replacement costs, fuels, and other supplies are expected to remain higher than historical events. Compensation costs for certificated teachers and CUPE staff have increased significantly following the settlement of collective agreements. So on one hand, this is great because we have people finally settled in their negotiations and in their collective agreement. The other side of it is that it has impacts financially. Now, related to this is while provincial funding has been provided to offset teacher salary increases from the ATA, the costs associated with out-of-scope staff compensation must be absorbed within division operations. And so that comes out of our base grant funding and in some cases, system administration. Additional funding has been allocated to inclusive education to enhance support for students with diverse learning and developmental needs. Recruitment challenge in these positions may result in some budgeted funds remaining unspent at year end. So we'll get into the inclusion department's work a little bit later, but this is one of those things that this isn't new to this division where sometimes these professional positions can be hard to fill. Now, in saying that, we had a wonderful presentation with some great news, and I'm very hopeful, and I know Director Korsick is positively optimistic as well. And then the other piece that keeps coming up is the required payment of a $738,000 municipal improvement levy to Yellowhead County will place additional pressure on division reserves. So this has already been accounted for in last year's budget cycle or year at year end, but this actually is still sitting in the bank and creates something that's sitting in the background if we need reserves. Next slide, please. Some of the key business and financial risks we're facing. The division remains highly dependent on funding from Alberta Education and Childcare. Much of this funding is targeted for specific purposes, limiting local flexibility in resource allocation. And we're seeing much more of the targeted and directed approach in recent months, and that may continue. GYPSD enrollment has been relatively stable over the last 5 years. I know we're talking about slight declines, increases, but in general, it's pretty stable. The funding model, though, relies heavily on the accuracy of enrollment projections, which is an educated guess and to some extent a science, but you never know for sure. So variance between projected and actual enrollment may result in future funding recoveries or delays in receiving additional funding. So it's never perfect. If we overproject, like which happened last year, we're now receiving the recovery. If we underprojected, well, we're going to have to wait for the funding, and schools will have to, we're going to have to make do with the money we have to serve those extra kids. The only time the Alberta Education and Childcare provide additional mid-year allocations is if your enrollment increases by 5% or more. So should enrollment increase unexpectedly in September, the division will be required to support additional students without corresponding funding adjustments until next budget cycle. The other issue we're dealing with, and this is all school divisions, the system administration funding cap continues to constrain administrative capacity, creating challenges related to workload distribution, service delivery timelines, succession planning, and operational continuity during staff absences. Now, I think everyone can agree no one wants a lot of overhead funds or education funding going to overhead, but when it's too lean, as in our case and many other of the smaller school divisions, you're very lean and there are very few opportunities for that succession planning. We are trying to be as lean as we can be so that all funding can go to schools and maintain the cap that's required by the department. The division is projecting a modest enrollment decline. If actual enrollment decline falls below projections, there is risk of further funding reductions next year. So we're projecting a slight decrease in enrollment. That seems reasonable, but there is the risk that it's lower, even lower than that. Thank you. So we'll go into the revenue summary. Okay, the board has seen this before recently. This is the breakdown of our funding profile from Alberta Education and Childcare, and it's really showing how much money we received in each of those pockets or in those envelopes. What has changed in recent months, or what we received additionally, is something called provincial priority funding, and this is a new feature, and these are pockets of targeted funds for curriculum implementation, literacy and numeracy, which we provide, which we pool, mental health and well-being, class size reduction grant. All right. So it was projected we'd receive $58,919,316. We have the recovery of $1,069,859, which leaves us with a projection of revenue over the next year from Alberta Education of $57,849,457. Again, traditionally, there are pockets of money that come in over the year based on new targeted funding allocations, and that's what I'm hopeful for. We expect to earn about $575,000 in interest. There's also fees and partnership revenue that's factored in. School generated funds. Now this is at the school level, but it's also all rolled into this budget. We are really working here at the highest level. And then there's other non-cash items, things like accounting, ARO, which we'll talk about. Amortization is a big one. It needs to be reflected as a liability, but it's a non-cash item. ATRF, the government gives us money, but we pay it to the Alberta Teachers Retirement Fund. And so it's an in and an out, and it's not really funds that go to programming. So this is really a summary of what's in the budget document on on page 3, I believe. And the government of Alberta's funding is $65,853,737. And again, that includes some of the ATRF and other elements of that, including amortization, which is again an in and an out. We are not expecting any First Nations or federal government funds at this time. There's sometimes a nutrition or a new program that may come in, but we don't really typically receive much funding in that. Property taxes, government, the budget documents have that in there. It's traditional. I'm not sure why it's still there. Fees, this is generated from a variety of fees. Again, this could be at the local school level for field trips, for junior kindergarten, all of those things. Sales and services of products. This is typically at the school level, from school generated funds, from chocolate bars to Valentinograms, etc. Investment income, we have $585,000 here, but some of that is our endowment fund, and that we need to actually show here. It's not revenue that we can spend on programming, it's in and out, but we have to show that here. Donations and other contributions, this can be as well. This is typically at the school levels. And other revenue is $12,000. And if you're asking what is that, it has to do with our credit card rebate and program. Okay. Expense summary. So a few notes before we get into the nitty gritty. Again, one of the features that the board can be proud about is this balanced budget without the use of reserves. And we've managed to make, and when we say reserves, even the schools have all been able to create and prepare a budget without using their school reserves. And so they haven't had to dip in to that. It's there if they need to use it later, but we haven't required them to access that. So the allocation they received is covering what they need, and need is subjective. But again, this was a year where we were able to individually work with each school and department to look at opportunity. New government funding allocations allowed for some additional allocations to schools. So one of the schools that benefited from this is Crescent Valley with the complexity team funding. They were a school that when we did the allocation model based on the new amounts, that they had taken a hit financially. The complexity funds has been able to provide them needed support. It's not to say other schools don't need that support as well, but this has allowed for some additional staffing. And again, this helps with mental health for staffing in those classrooms. 74% of all funding is directed toward instruction and support. And so there's about 8% that goes in addition to transportation, another percentage to facilities or maintenance, and the rest I'll show you in the next graph. But by far, the majority of funding is toward instruction. And within that 74%, the majority of it is staffing costs. Micro schools, or our smallest schools, are receiving additional top-ups to support their continued operation at current levels, at least. In some cases, we've topped them up even more for some programming. This includes Fulham, who's received some additional funds to support the launch of their agricultural program. Hi.
Hi, did the $405,000 class size reduction go to all to Mary Bergeron?
It did, yes.
Thanks.
Transportation budgeted for an additional bus purchase, and perhaps too, we had a bus pass away recently and we need to replace that, as well as there may be another need for a bus. So we've factored that into transportation's budget. And last but not least, we've added significant funds to inclusion and PUF. And the way the allocation model works is the division receives the funds per student. We then give out or allocate out to schools a certain amount. That isn't the entire amount, which allows us to retain some centrally, if you want to call it that, not the central office, but centrally. And from those funds, we deliberately, from superintendent, myself, Director Corson, took a very close look at this, knowing that we needed to support this to its optimal level. Governance. One of the things that's adjusted this year is we're allocating $20,000 for the election. We're spreading this over the 4-year period so that when the election year comes, it's the division will already have these in reserves, and it won't be such a spike in that 1 year. All governance costs, including the election, fall to the trustees, and this is one way of allocating it and smoothing out the impact. One of the other things that we're pleased about is we're able to maintain the technology evergreening plan. And so that's something where, do we look, how far do you postpone things? Because when you postpone things like technology or equipment, it only compounds later and it's going to just cost later. So there was a deliberate discussion and decision made to say, let's stay on track. And the cost for these things today will be cheaper than next year. Some staffing reductions at school may be required. However, no permanent teaching staff positions have been eliminated. Things have maybe moved around, and Dr. Rowlands may be able to speak to that if there are any questions. Just one of the things, a feature of our division is there's no administrative assistance provided to central leaders. So the executive leadership, aside from Superintendent Scobie, and even his assistant has multiple roles. We do not have admin assistants at that level. We do this work ourselves, and this allows us to distribute those funds, system admin funds, in a different way. Excited that a new dual credit program is set to begin in September. Assistant Superintendent Aschemeyer has details on that if that's of interest. And we've created a new education response fund to support emergent needs at schools mid-year. One of the things that we've discovered in the last year or came to see is that things happen in January, or once we actually see the students who have arrived in our classrooms. And if this is a type of instructional contingency fund, because there are sometimes students that come in with higher needs than expected, maybe larger class sizes than we expected. And we want to be in a position in September going forward to respond once we know how many students actually are in our classrooms in September and October. So the expense summary, again, this in the yellow, the chart in the yellow is what the government is requiring us to submit. That's the budget document. When we look at the expenses, how it's broken out, you see the instruction, operations and maintenance, transportations, funding, system administration. We are maxed out. We are only allowed to spend that amount, and we have allocated that, and other / external services, 266,000 is what we're looking at. And the chart on the right just shows the breakdown and where the majority of the funding is split in a visual, in case some of those numbers are not really visually appealing. So you see, it's easy to see the majority of the money is in schools and supporting students, transportation and operations. I mean, I would say everything we do supports students. Now, things like insurance and those other things, those are overhead costs that are required as part of our fiduciary responsibility, but by far the majority of almost all our money is targeted. And these slides will be available online to the public. Okay, now this is something the budget documents include, and it's something called budget allocation by object. And this just shows a little bit of a breakdown in this. It's slicing the revenue or the expenses in a different way. So it's just taking those same numbers and showing it in a little bit different. So certificated salaries and benefits is about half of our entire expense allocation. Okay, and now of course most of these staff are in schools. We do have some centrally as well, or things like programs and services and inclusion, for example, technology in some cases. And non-certificated, so those people include EAs, QP staff, and some of our management and out of scope employees. Services, contracts, and supplies, so about 20%, and that's kind of a big category that Alberta Education has for pretty much everything that's non-staff. And then the amortization non-cash items. Okay, so that's that asset retirement obligations, amortization, and those kinds of things that we have to show. Okay, one of the things that I thought would be of interest to the public, to the board, I'm not going into every single central department, but really the main ones, because as I said, we're going to start really high and start getting into detail. I think it's easier to understand what goes on in the schools, or there's parent councils, school councils that are involved, and of course trustees visit the schools. But I think sometimes it's not known what the central departments do. And so I asked all the directors to put together some work demonstrating what is the work they do, what's the budget that supports the work they do. And so we have technology services, and these are really high level. All the directors are available to answer any questions in further detail, but here's what we're looking at for this year. So a staff complement of 10. They serve the entire division in different ways. Their budget's 2.7 million approximately, and this includes the education component. And this is what keeps them busy. Ticket resolution, hardware maintenance and repair, cabling and physical infrastructure, account administration, cybersecurity training, firewall maintenance, wireless infrastructure management, device management, security policy enforcement, audit and compliance. And a big one that I have in bold is platform support, because this is, we have multiple support or platforms, and we hear all about it. We're always trying to improve these systems, and that takes people and it takes time. Next slide. They actually have 2 slides. They manage the student information systems operation from PASI, Power School, Power Hub. That has there's one person devoted to that who works tirelessly and has some support. Procurement, this is another big one that technology manages. We have 30 different software products, and licensing is a huge cost and increases yearly. I know I've spoken to the board about this. I know you're aware. And this is something that our director, Lee, is always working to find ways to save money, and it takes time. We have educational tech lead teacher, professional learning, and Director Lee also spoke to an upcoming initiative around transitioning from HAPERA. Communications and special projects. Well, what do they do? So the budget's 233,600, 1 FTE doing this work. This is two sides. There's the general board governance and employee recognition side, but then there's the day-to-day communications piece. So all the internal and external public relations, media liaison, crisis communication, divisional promotion and enrollment campaigns. So this is kindergarten, promotional materials for the division, and in some cases, special projects. Ms. Gilks is also the alternate incident command coordinator. She liaises with the community organizations, coordinates the events, manages all of that, sends those emails out to the relevant parties. And she manages special initiatives as assigned by the superintendent. And we saw some of that work. So we have one person that does all that. And the budget includes all of these things plus her salary are a part of that 233,000. Next, please. Human resources and payroll. Their budget is 610,000. They have 7 FTE. This includes our payroll staff and our actual HR pure employees. So they deal with labor relations and collective agreement management. There is no shortage of that to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Recruitment coordination and contract administration for all positions. So if somebody wants to hire, whether it's at the school or central office, the staff coordinate that, job descriptions, posting it, all of that from end to end. Workforce planning and development. This includes recruitment campaigns and other ways to retain staff. Employee benefit and leave management. This is following up with staff who are going on leave, coming back, finding ways to accommodate when they are looking to come back to work or return to work. Employee performance management support and issue resolution. Again, this is high time consuming and valuable service they provide to schools. If there's an issue a principal's having, HR is there to support that all the way. Extended leave and return to work optimization. Again, we want staff to come back to work. This is something that HR works very diligently to ensure we can bring people back to work. It reduces costs. When people are off, we have to backfill those roles, and ultimately work has to go into finding ways to have our staff return to work safely and healthily. They deal with staff health and wellness programs. They interface with ASCBP for benefit provisions. Payroll input for all staff groups. We have 711 employees that are paid on a monthly basis at different times. Payroll also deals with all CRA and employee payroll remittances and responding to daily inquiries from staff from how come I didn't get paid or I'm overpaid or anything in between, and they deal with all of that. So learning services, this is that we have several people, 0.75 here, and dealing with the new curriculum implementation. Numeracy supports teacher mentorship and system leader mentorship. Dual credit, human anatomy is coming online. Learning labs for making thinking visible, dealing with release time and substitutes. So that budget covers when people are on training or doing some of these other things, covering the schools, teacher subs, home education plans and family support, early years evaluation from pre-K and kindergarten contract fees managing. And there's some, of course, technology and laptops that come out of that budget. We are looking for OLEP grant, possible do a credit enhancement grant for 26-27, but that's not part of this budget until we actually know it for sure. So that's part one. And then we have Indigenous education. I think the heading has got mixed up, but we have one person who works on all of this. And the budget includes their salary and all the costs associated with the following items. Indigenous pathway lead teacher meetings, ×4 of those a year, coordinating that, organizing that. New curriculum implementation, annual Indigenous event, supplies and Indigenous education programs for tools, professional development with schools. So we have people providing in-service, school visits, honorarium and protocol, dealing with elders and knowledge keepers and the community. graduation acknowledgement, so purchasing Métis sashes, beaded tassels, relevant cultural items, CAS Indigenous event, and release time for pathway leads, again, to cover that staff to attend. Financial services, this is going to capture your attention. I know it. The budget's $759,000. There's 3.75 FTE. There are 2 vacancies. People are on leave. What they do almost goes without saying, but it's a lot of the behind the scenes financial reporting on the day-to-day work, process invoices for all schools and all departments. There was procurement lead. Lead the RFP process, purchase orders, purchasing card administration. So we have, for example, 120 people with P cards. Those all have to be reconciled every month. Bank reconciliations for all schools and all departments. Complete check runs for invoices, claims, employee expenses, development and maintenance of internal controls. So when we see something that's off, we have to call and find out. Insurance management, budget development and coordination with division leaders, supporting the board's finance committee, audit. Budget includes auditor fees and assistance and training for staff in processing financial requirements. So again, this budget also includes the auditor's fee. Facility services. We have 8 people that we're planning to, there are some vacancies. We're looking to fill that. Maintenance maintains all aspects of the division-owned buildings and infrastructure. General maintenance of buildings, grounds, parking, and playgrounds. Handle small renovations across the division. Maintain all HVAC, boilers, ventilation related to components. Did you want to take a recess?
Yeah, let's take 2 minutes. Let's just do that right now.
Thank
We're
you.
just going to take a quick recess until we'll get ourselves organized.
Thank you. All right, let's go and continue. As I was saying at the break, many people haven't seen this even in this room, and certainly the public. I think this is intended for them so that it can reduce conjecture and misunderstandings and the lack of information. And so this is one way to have this publicly available. Where was I? Essentially, facilities oversees all projects, renovations, modernization, and new construction. They respond to emergency calls across the division 24/7. They oversee custodial services to ensure the facilities are clean, and this is daily, monthly, weekly, yearly. And this budget also covers utilities, gas, power, water, and insurance costs. And this is defined in the funding manual where this is allocated. Next slide. Okay, then there's facilities part 2. This is the CMR, capital maintenance and renewal aspect that Director Orge oversees, and this funding is used regarding capital projects such as major roof repairs and replacements, and this is looking after those projects, right? Bathroom change room modernizations, dealing with accessibility concerns, heating and ventilation upgrades, boiler upgrades or replacements, minor school renovations under guidelines. There's specific things that can fall within this pocket or envelope. Building upgrades or replacements, okay, windows and doors, so minor. Oversees all projects, renovations and upgrades, lighting upgrades, card access system upgrades, etc. And that's the budget for this type of work is $899,000 CMR. Inclusive learning, we have a lot here. You heard a little bit about it today. We have 3 slides on this. There are 5 different operational budgets. We overall have 42 staff or 42 FTE. We're looking to add 2 new staff for 26-27, plus an additional 6 FTE for the new complexity teams at the 2 school sites. And as I mentioned a few times, or you've heard, this is an area we understand the board has a priority around. It's also one area that we've identified over the last number of years, and certainly this last year, how to build this out to be at an optimal level for staff and the students, because this type of work can be taxing. It's very worthwhile, and we want to make sure we have enough support in those departments. So the inclusion team supports the board priority of student learning by providing comprehensive whole school programs for health and wellness, targeted supports for struggling students, and specialized learning supports for students with complex learning needs. Teaching and leading excellence is supported through targeted professional development from inclusion professionals to build staff capacity. So EAs and LSTs to meet student needs. Community engagement is strengthened by inclusion team members partnering with other service providers and experts to provide virtual learning opportunities for parents and community members. And system health and wellness is addressed by the inclusion team through physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual needs of staff and students to thrive in learning and work. Okay, next slide. So these are the things that they all do, and their report today sort of summarized that. Everything from, and this is to provide universal access to all our students who have a need, mental health support, speech and language support, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, etc. One-on-one counseling, suicide risk assessments, violent threat risk assessment, critical incident trauma support, professional development, wraparound team meetings with community agencies, and of course, the reporting back on all of this that they have to do. It's the administration side that comes with all of this, and tracking progress and outcomes. Even when we received the complexity team funding, the big added component is around reporting and monitoring progress. Next slide. I won't go into the small font there, but it'll be available really here. These are sort of the 4 or 5 big categories or areas where there's funding or programming support in place. Okay, program unit funding for our small JKs and kindergarten students, specialized learning supports, and there's a number of staff and teachers and supports that are part of that budget. FLSCs are family school liaison counselors. Again, that's a team of their own with unique jobs to do. BEST and the mental health capacity building grant through Recovery Alberta. And we heard a little bit about all of these today, not so much about PUF, but Director Corsick could certainly answer questions. Mental health in schools grant. Okay. And so we're on to transportation services. Again, these are all areas that support students. And so quick facts, 2,600 students transported 8,000 kilometers a day, 54 division operated routes, 5 contracted bus operator routes, 10 active spare drivers, many with limited availability. So this creates some challenges and part of the route management process. 12 drivers are completing their S endorsement training, cooperative partnerships with 5 neighboring school divisions. And again, this is one of those areas we can be proud of as a school division, that we are the partner of the partner. You come to us and we can make it happen. The budget in transportation is $5,763,701. Staff complement of 60 people, and then there's some contracted services in there. So this includes, we'll move on. The summary of daily services, annual expenses, and key projects. Again, they have 50 full-time bus drivers, then there's mechanics and some office support driver trainers. The budget covers fuel, bus parts, insurance, safety, and tech for buses, whether we're talking about GPS, cameras, radios, all of those things. Every new bus needs to be equipped with that, and every existing bus needs to have equipment that works. Contracted transportation and maintenance. This includes washing, towing, all of those things. Replacement buses, as mentioned, we try to incorporate some of those funds to an evergreening plan or to meet upcoming needs. Driver training and recruitment, handling daily route issues, and there are daily route issues, and tending to family inquiries and requests, which can take quite a bit of time and staff time. Now we'll get into reserves. We're shifting gears here a little bit. And this is covered in the budget documents, although not as clear. Currently, our operating reserve, or Alberta Education sets the operating reserve cap at 6% of our operating expenses. Currently, our operating reserve balance is at 1.9 million. And this amount is well under the threshold at 2.71%. And there's reasons of drawing that down. It used to be 3%. Government in recent years has increased it, but we're well below. Capital reserves, which is targeted money for specific capital purchases, hard assets typically. We have instructional funds or capital reserves in the instructional side. Operation and maintenance at 4 million, and this doesn't include that Jasper roof that's coming up for debate or discussion. And transportation, we purchased 5 buses this current year, leaving us at $23,000 in the capital reserves. And the way capital reserves are built is usually when there's, in an operating year, you have surplus funds, the board then directs where they will go. And previously, when the cap was at 3% for operating reserves, it didn't take long before you needed to start moving money. Okay. Projected student statistics, page 9 and page 10. This is in the budget document. I'll speak to it if you can read it. If not, I will. The document is quite small. So on page 8, it's actually page 89 of the package, but page 9 of the budget document. Essentially, this is just showing how many students we have, the change in enrollment from year to year. And again, we're project what the government is projecting for us. This is all documents that are formula based. So we put in some numbers and it does the calculations. And so this is actually what government wants in the format that they want it. We've talked a little bit about our FTE, excuse me. The percentage change is 2.1. Again, the only concern would be if this is over or under 3%. And then it goes into how many PUF students we expect. We're expecting 50, a slight decrease. Students with moderate disabilities, 46, and these are expected for 2020, 26, 27. We're expecting 332, pardon me, I'll go up above, down at the bottom where it says PUF. Right above that, it's early childhood, and that's 332 students we're expecting. And just essentially the same decrease as the previous year, the actual year. Hopefully it's more. When it comes to the staffing on the next page, this is the department has very specific requests that they're looking at. We're looking at a staffing percentage change of 2.7%, but that doesn't necessarily mean teachers. Now, one of the things I'll draw your attention to is the average standard cost. We need to disclose this. And if you look over the last 3 years, in 2004, 2005, we were calculating a teacher. So to bring in a teacher full-time at a school was 109,000. Last year, we were calculating that at 111, and you can see the difference with the new agreement being, the ATA collective agreement being settled. Again, government has provided that. In their calculations, again, this is formula based on our funding and how many teachers we have. They're calculating overall that standard FTE per certificated staff is 17.55. Slightly up from the previous year. But again, we've had a funding reduction and that's affected the number of positions and teachers. Not dramatic. Of course, some classes will have slightly higher, some will have slightly fewer students. And so then at the very bottom, non-certificated staff, these are the ones they want us to record. And really where we see the biggest change is, so EAs, educational assistants, we're expecting to keep the same. Instructional, operations and maintenance, we have one additional that we're looking to add there in maintenance, to have some succession. No offense to Director Orge, but you know, it would be nice for him to be able to take a vacation day here and there and have somebody to back him up. Transportation, drivers employed, and this is not the contracted ones, but we're adding some routes to Hinton, as you're aware, and potentially another one in.
You've talked a lot.
I know, I have, I knew I would. Okay, transportation, other staff, again, this is, we have a safety, a new safety coordinator that we've added, and we're also looking at supplementing some additional staffing for supporting the staff there in terms of a leadership level, supervisory level. And so this is what's being presented to government, to the board on that front. And next slide. So I'm just going to, if we can start at page 3, and I'll just run through, this isn't what, you've seen this, but on the slide. And I just want to make sure we go through these and then open it up for questions. Okay, so it says approved budget, but this is, again, government document. Um, This is what we are looking at in terms of revenues and expenses. And then the allocation by object. This is the slide that had both it had this chart, but it also had the pie chart. Then the next slide or the next page breaks this down even further. Just a little bit more around where things, just the breakdown for each of these areas. So transportation, we know how much money they're getting from the grant, fees, sales of services. So it just breaks down a little bit where things are coming from. And same on the expense side. So for grade 1 to 12, you can see all the salaries, how that's broken out. Amortization, again, that has to show up there. When we look about, one of the questions you may have is around what is supported tangible capital asset, what is unsupported. The way you can look at that, it's funny language, but it would be, you know, Alberta education funded or division funded. So for some things, we get money directly from Alberta Education to purchase an asset, the gym, or sorry, no, that's not a good, an enhancement pardon me, I've talked a lot, but so a piece of equipment or modernization, for example, those things are board supported. Alberta Education provides that funding directly for those things. If there's an upgrade or a modernization in a school, for example, those things are capital assets that are supported. Now, when it's unsupported, it would be things, it could happen at the school level. They may take school generated funds to purchase a vehicle, or it could come from reserves so for example, those 5 school buses that we purchased would be unsupported. And it sounds negative. It just means that it comes from the board decided to purchase that. That language is not helpful, but that's what that means. And then asset retirement obligations. Again, these are accounting elements that we need to include: amortization, asset retirement obligation. There's no funding for that, but there's also no real expense until we have to decommission something. And this is just to reflect a liability if in fact something were to take place. Now, if we talk about the schools that may be decommissioned and demolished or may not, then that's funded through a different department, but we still have to show the value of that. All right, next. Okay, this is fee revenue, just how we're expecting it to be broken down. Where do we expect those fees to come from? The department's usually interested in seeing how much are you charging the public for any said thing. And some of this is JK. Most of it is, courses or people coming in from outside and taking something. Extracurricular is another one where we see a lot of fees coming in. Again, this is at the school level primarily. And it breaks it right down to, sales of rentals of services and supplies, preschool, and other transportation, charter trips, and bus rentals. So we have an estimate there, and that's that. Page 6 of 10. This is a real fun accounting document. And this breaks down for the most part, all those non-cash and capital expenditures, where we're looking at in revenue and then the expense side, but really this is, again, the ARO piece, amortization, and in every budget, so even in transportation's budget, there is amortization built into that, and then you'll see some of that here. Most of this is in and out. It's not actual cash budget. Okay. And then we're into, again, some breakdown schedule of uses for accumulated surpluses over the next few years. one of the things that, you know, we're a fairly small school division, so we don't actually we haven't planned to use up reserves over the next few years. Sometimes in larger school divisions, they already plan, here's how we're going to draw down those reserves, especially if you have, you're close to the limit, or you have some capital needs and you have a lot of capital money that you want to allocate out over the years. For us this year, we're not proposing drawing down anything on the capital, on any of the reserves, unless something comes up that the board needs to address. So that's why there's all those zeros. And then again, back to this, details of reserves. This is showing, it was on the slide I had about the reserves, how much we have, how much we expect, and our cap. And it just reflects that 2.71. We're in line with the requirement there. And then page 9 and 10 is back to what we looked at around the staffing and the student enrollment. Again, these are all projections. It's our best guess based on information from the past, what we're projecting ahead, and what we're seeing. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or have any of the team answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have it, trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Mines?
That was amazing. Mine's just this question. I have a few. I'll have to relook over them because you answered a lot of them. But I'm just curious. What are we charging for technology user fees, and is that $1,500 or is that is there zeros behind? Because sometimes there is in your budget.
Technology user fees.
No,
sorry, I have to,
and
it's get the magnifying glass as well.
Yeah, it's on the budget schedule of fees of revenue. So to enhance basic instruction, 1570. I don't know if it's the Chromebook buying program, possibly, if you still have that. I was just curious about it. That's all.
I think what that is sometimes we have employees who leave and they are allowed to purchase their equipment.
Makes sense. Makes sense. And
that's why it's not very much, but we have that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. I'm looking at the expenses assumptions, and it says utility costs have experienced significant volatility over the past year and are expected to remain elevated and unpredictable throughout the budget year. Are our budget rates, like the utility rates, are they a fixed rate or are they a floating rate?
Oh, I'm so happy you asked that. So they've been a fixed rate. However, Director Orge and I have been working with a consortium around utilities that will that we're just working on this now to work on getting a fixed rate with Direct Energy along with a hedge rate. So a floating rate, but also with a fixed rate. So that will help hedge some of that volatility. So
Trustee Mines?
So I was looking through all of the schools' budgets and whatnot, and I noticed that with Crescent Valley, you had put in brackets that it included the complexity grant, but it does not say if the class size initiative is in Mary Bergeron. So I was curious if it was.
Thank you. That was an omission.
Yeah, I assumed it was, but I just wondered.
And so that fund, the amount for Mary Bergeron includes that 403. And the reason, again, I'll put this out publicly, after analysis, that when we received our funding profile and that with the reduction, when we fan out the formula to all the schools, because we have 3 schools with the the three biggest schools have the most teachers, and those ones they were hit the hardest with big reductions. The two high schools are able to manage through different ways to move money around, but the elementary school didn't have that. So this was a way to support and prevent staff loss. And also, it was at the government's recommendation, which is honestly a good thing to follow.
That's great. I was also wondering, are the PUF funds, so I know they come later in the year, but for our elementary schools, is there any PUF money already in pre-allocated?
Yes. So Director Corser, one of the great things actually about having the budget delayed this year was that Director Corser was able to provide estimates that we could incorporate into the budget. So they have been allocated.
That's wonderful.
And so if there are any changes, obviously we look at that, but her estimates are pretty accurate.
And I have one final question. I'm just curious, what's the loss of FTE for teachers across the division? And I'm assuming you may know.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, it was flashing orange. I wasn't sure what that meant. In terms of loss of FTE, I can't give you an actual number across the entire division, but we've had natural attrition occur, retirements, non-renewal of temporary contracts, that sort of thing. And we've been able to maintain all of our full-time continuing contract teachers. We've also been able to ensure that those that had successful probationary years have also been offered full-time continuing contracts. So a lot of our staff has been retained. I think that's the closest I'm going to be able to give you in terms of a number at this point.
Thank you.
Trustee Caputo and then Trustee Bowman.
Thank you. My question is in regards to the mental health in school grants. So then that means that maybe your reporting of the grants for that one might not be as detailed, because now it says that it's no longer a pilot program. Is that correct?
That is correct. The pilot was for 2 years. And so I have to do that reporting piece by August 30th. But then there still is the mental health pilot, which is or mental health grant, which is a different reporting structure. And I have to report on that piece too. So it's kind of 2 different pieces of reporting.
Trustee Bowman.
I'm just going to ask a quick question about, I know I'd asked it before. I'm a little concerned about Pine Grove going down the 2 classes, because I did check into it and it is true. They are losing 2 classes and their class sizes are going up to the mid-30s. So I was just wondering if there was any thought to helping them out so that we don't have those high class sizes.
Right, we know that some of the class going out is larger than the classes coming in, and so just as a matter, I know that I can just say from our point of view, there was work that was done with Pine Grove that talked about money, and I know that and Secretary Treasurer Taylor can tell you herself that there was work that was done with the principal that was significant around budget and how things were going. So I'll let her answer as well.
Sure. Thank you. I don't know the specifics of that. And when I spoke with the principal recently, or our director Kuzik did, we added an additional 100,000. When there was an adjustment, there was a significant amount of funds that went back into the school. So I can't speak specifically to the configuration there, other than they have more money this year than they did last year. And there are reserve funds, surplus funds from last year that can be accessed if that principal believes that would be useful.
My understanding was that the reserve funds were only enough to keep the EAs that were going to have to be let go. There wasn't enough there for a teacher. That was my understanding.
Yeah, again, that's outside of the purview of the level of involvement that I have.
Thank you.
Any other questions, trustees? Trustee Robinson?
The document talks about significant business and financial risks, and I think I know the answer, but it mentions system administration funding cap constraining administrative capacity. Is that the funding cap as determined by the government at X%? It's not necessarily decisions made at the school division level.
That's right. It's our cap that we have is determined by the government. It's in our funding profile at 3.71%, which translates to that 2.6 million. And the uses for that are very restricted. So one of them is governance. So anything related to the Board of Trustees is part of that. And this is one of the reasons why if we can take the election costs over several years, then it doesn't eat into those system admin funds in a particular year. Not that this is about but there's that. There's also just the overhead staff, the strategic leadership, superintendent, for example, receptionist, and those sort of non-school based positions come out of that.
Any other questions? Okay. I just have one question, and I know that this may not be part of the budget, but with our Jasper, like the decrease in enrollment due to the wildfire, did we have students sign up for homeschooling?
Home education students this year, there were 5 across the division. There was a Jasper family who did enroll their student in home education with teacher consultant Rayanne Miller supervising and supporting the work. It was a very successful home education program for the family that engaged in it.
Okay, thank you. So only one family.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I will.
Oh, if I might, I just think it's not in here, but you may want to, when we're talking about, we were able to pool or centralize a little bit more money this year and top up some of those schools that may have received sort of a decline. Those schools were Summit View, Sheldon Coates, both Jasper schools, Fulham and Knighton. To different levels, but we just wanted to make sure that they in Grand Cache, their SLS numbers shifted quite a bit, and that changed their allocation downward. And so we didn't want them to feel that hit too much. And then Jasper, of course, continued to try to manage through enrollment, and Fulham and Knighton was to restore them to current, or I guess existing capacity, with additional funding for the agricultural program. Thank you.
So Jasper Elementary, correct?
And the high school.
Both? Okay, thank you. Okay, so any questions regarding that? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to read the recommendation. Oh, okay. That the 2026-2027 budget for Grand Yellowhead Public Schools as presented in attachment 1 be approved for submission to Alberta Education and Childcare. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Trustee Bowman, are you there? Oh, okay. Do we have? My apologies. I know. Sorry, we're just waiting for our trustee who is online. Are you in favor of the?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is carried. Thank you. Action item 12.2.3. Yes, I do want to thank you and commend you for all your hard work. I'm just moving on though. Yeah. So Jasper High School re-roofing. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the re-roofing project at Jasper High School, excluding the gym roof structure at a total cost not to exceed $990,000 with funding to be provided from the Capital Reserves Operations and Maintenance Reserve. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Acorn. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you very much. We'll have Secretary Treasurer Taylor and Director Brian Orge talk about that, whoever has the best voice left.
I'll just speak to it. And I mean, we have the report there. This was brought forward at the Finance Committee meeting, that this was a situation that we discover, or that's been uncovered by our regular maintenance and roofing inspector, a third party. This was, I mean, this is something that's happening. The question is, how long do you wait? And the report has some of those implications. Financial is one, certainly, and then from a maintenance and responsibility perspective as well. If you have any questions, I know Director Orge is ready.
Trustee Mine? Oh, Trustee Acorn?
I was just wondering, what was the warranty? Because it says it was past its warranty at 13 years already.
Yeah, so the warranty on that cap sheet, because that's when the government builds these new buildings, we actually, they expect a product that meets their LEED Silver program. So it's got a 10-year warranty. That cap sheet's got a 10-year warranty, right? And the life expectancy is anywhere from 15 to 25 years for the most part. But with the weather, there's lots of things that contribute to it, but this is one of those products the government brought in, thought it was a great idea to have low color, high reflective. Like Mary Bergeron a few years ago, we re-roofed it before we even opened the school, because this is doing the same. The pictures pretty much show what's going on there. So before we have a major catastrophe, like right now we have no leaks, and I would like it to keep that way and not have to have a bigger problem in the future. So I'd like to proceed and get this done.
Trustee Mines?
I'm just curious. I looked at your diagram. It looks like only part of the roof is getting done. What is the shape of the other, and do you expect that to happen as well?
The gym roof has 264 solar panels on it. So the cost alone projected, just ballpark, when we did our walkthrough on that building from 5 contractors, the projected was anywhere from 380,000 to 700,000 to take the solar panels down, re-roof that roof, and then put the solar panels back. that's a whole nother conversation we'll have to have in the future. But yes, it's starting to show wear on the walking paths around the solar panel. Under the solar panels, we're good right now because of course they're protecting the roof surface, right? So
Trustee Bird?
Sorry, I'm kind of on overload right now. How old is that building?
we opened Jasper High in 2014, so that building is
12 years.
roughly 2012. It was, you know, the roof itself was probably commissioned in 2013. Right, because it would have been commissioned long before, or even 2012, that roof may have been commissioned just for the fact that it had to be commissioned in order to do everything inside, right? So, yep, it can be, yep.
13 to 14 years.
Yeah, usually at 15-year mark is when we start looking at re-roofing. So just to give you a little understanding, here's to do a better thing. We actually prefer to just to go in and re-roof, reskin a roof rather than actually have to go in and replace it. Like to go in and actually physically replace a roof is we're going to double our money that we're spending there. Right now, we're just recapping, removing what's there and recapping to keep costs down before we have a problem. Something like a few years ago, like Grand Cache High, when the roof come off, we had to replace that whole roof. Just to do half a gym roof was $600,000, right? So, I mean, you can see the cost savings just by what we're doing right now with that size of roof.
Are there any other questions? I just have one, and it's with all these solar panels, like, are we using them for energy?
Yes, ma'am. Them solar panels have been on that school a year after it opened, right?
Okay.
So there's also inside that school, there is also the meter that was installed at the time. It's different concept now, but the meter inside, if we can generate enough power in July and August, that meter will actually spin backwards. We put power to the grid. And when that school puts enough power to the grid, we actually get credits that go against our bill. Unfortunate part is we're not building enough credits when we do have good sun to really see a major difference. The biggest thing we're showing is how many trees we're not killing.
No, I think that's great. I just wondered, like, because there is that credit system, and I was
There
just
is.
wondering.
Yeah, and so that credit system no longer exists too, right? So that's hence why there needs to be another conversation going down the road.
But with, 264 on top of a roof, which is better than in a field, in my opinion.
No.
No, not in yours, but in mine, from my aspect here.
On the wall, car parking lots, any place but on a school roof.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there are seeing no other questions. I'm just going to read the recommendation again. Just to Secretary Treasurer Taylor, this 990 is coming out of capital reserves, operations and maintenance reserve. That will take our capital reserves down, correct?
That's right. I think in the report, it says what it will be sitting at. I don't know where. That's right.
That is after the buses have come out of there?
Correct. Buses are out.
Okay, just double checking. So I will read the recommendation again.
No, those are good questions because that was a similar bill.
Yes,
Right.
very much.
That's why
Yes.
I think the transportation one in the budget reads $23,000 now, because that was the amount where the buses came from.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Okay, the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the re-roofing project at Jasper High School, excluding the gym roof structure, at a total cost not to exceed $990,000, with funding to be provided from the Capital Reserves Operations and Maintenance Reserve. All in favor? And that is carried. You will let us know what the actual cost ends up being, correct? Okay, thank you.
I'm just laughing because he had two thumbs up over in the corner with a big smile on his face.
Anything to make facilities happy. Oh, sorry, that's on the record. Okay, 12.2.4 action item. Update to Policy 7 Board Operations, that the Board of Trustees approve Policy 7 Board Operations. Can I have someone make that motion? Trustee Caputo And it's over to you, Trustee Caputo, as the chair of the policy committee.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. On item number 3, regular meetings. Our meetings now will be commencing at 9:30 in the morning instead of at 10 o'clock a.m. in the morning. So that would be the change to this motion.
Excellent. Are there any questions? Okay, I will read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees approves Policy 7, Board Operations. All in favor? And that is carried. Return.
Okay, I'd like to bring a motion forward that the board establish an ad hoc transportation committee for the community of Grand Cache and surrounding co-ops. The committee makeup would be formalized in August.
Did you get that? Sorry. Trustee Mines is bringing forward a motion.
Would you like me to say it again or just email it to you?
So because today was our organizational meeting, we're going to bring this forward because it will be one that will be commencing in the 26-27 school year. So Trustee Mines is making the motion. We do not need a seconder. Would we like discussion on this motion? Okay. Seeing none. Read the motion again. I'm allowing you.
I move that the board establishes an ad hoc transportation committee for the community of Grand Cache and surrounding co-ops. The committee makeup will be formalized in the August public board meeting.
All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. So we will move on to future business. Meeting dates open to the public, August 26th, 2026, public board meeting, 9:30 a.m. Closed to the public, August 25th, 2026, committee of the whole meeting, 9 a.m. Notice of motion. Oh, Trustee Bird, do you have a notice of motion? Oh, okay. Any future agenda items? Do you have a future agenda item you'd like? Of course you can. Okay, closed session. We have nothing. Okay, thank you. So I ask for a motion to adjourn. Trustee Robinson, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone, for your time.